Chapter 4281. The first is more. What? Jiao Xingzi, Overlord, and others heard that their faces changed suddenly. Sealing the steel is their sole purpose of coming to Shinkong Ancient Road. To seal the steel, they paid too much. Now handing over the function tablet is not the same as the operation of the ancient road in Shinkong over the years. This prison dragon has such a big appetite. Master Prisoner Dragon, forgive me for not being able to surrender the Fengshen monument. Jiao Xingzi pressed down the anger in his heart and arched back. Oh, then you just don't give this face to the seat? Prison Dragon twisted his neck and made a kakaka sound. The great prince and young emperor who stood on his sides suddenly took a cold light in his eyes. I felt a blast of coldness and rushed at them. The Jiao Xingzi Overlord and the chief of the demon, Lord Luo, changed their faces, and the most irritable demon lord of the demon lord, when they shut the case in front of them, stared at the prisoner with a dead eye, and said, "Prisoner, you don't go too far, it's up." The two Jiao Xingzi and the Overlord also got up and stood up, standing behind the Patriarch of Morua Shao, exuding their own coercion. When the prisoner saw this, the smile on his face gradually converged, and he said indifferently, "How about too much?" "But not too much?" The words fell. Prison Dragon shot violently, a chain lazing from his back, and flung it towards the neck of the chief of the Luo family. "Good job!" The Devil Luo tribe burst into a drink, and the sturdy tree-like arms blasted out instantly, carrying the horrific force and banging towards this chain. The demon's Luo family only repaired magical powers, born with divine power, and their horror was extremely extreme. I saw this punch blow out, and the smashing void suddenly shook. This fist is enough to capsize the mountains and the sea, and the earth splits. Huh! I saw the clash of the two and gave out a huge bang, and the horrible fist force broke the chain of chains. The prisoner licked the corner of his mouth and made a hissing sound. After waiting for the fist of the Mo Luo tribe to exhaust his strength, hundreds of chains had floated behind him and blasted at him again. Just when the two were about to start a world-fighting war, the 9-star prince immediately said, "Moro, don't be reckless. I will not retreat before being a prisoner of dragons." Looking at the hundreds of chains that came crashing, Moro's face was cloudy for a while, and he knew that the prison dragon had not yet really shot. He groaned and yelled again, using the power of Moroa to blast these chains again. After shattering, he stepped harder and swept away. The king of overlords and Jiao Xingzi were equally ashamed. Each performed a secret technique and left in an instant. Watching the disappearance of the three people, the big prince and the blood sun standing on both sides of the prison dragon were about to chase them, and then saw the prison dragon waving his hand and said lazily, "Let them go. Anyway, now they are far from the universe. There will be tens of thousands of years for the Grand Clan event. If they all die, who will bring fun to the seat?" "Yes." The granddaughter of the grandma and others laughed. The prisoner dragon looked up and looked at the overlord and other people who had turned into small black spots in the sky, and there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. At the same time, outside the ancient sky and the sky, because of the death of Jian Wushuang, the whole universe has been surging. Life Shrine, Supreme Shrine. The Supreme Master Xiebua and the Great Axe sat in the main seat, and several men in black who were in charge of inquiring about the news of the prisoner dragon had returned, kneeling respectfully at the feet of the two. "Return to the Supreme Bloodwave Supreme, the Great Axe Supreme. I have found the news about the prisoner dragon." "Huh? Let's talk in detail." The Bloodwave Supreme and the Great Axe looked at each other, and there was a cold flash in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Yes." These men in black bowed their heads and narrated quickly, after a scent of incense. A few people in black turned into black shadows and then left the Supreme Temple. In the Supreme Shrine, it became a quiet place, leaving only the Bloodwave Supreme fingertips hitting the handrails, and the sound of tuck, tuck, tuck was made. Bloodwave, if the prison dragon is really like the Shadow Guard said it was the dragon who had been stripped of the supreme divine realm because of the failure to occupy the position in the dragon, then it will be a bit difficult. You also do NT know, dragon according to the rules of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan can only be killed by the Dragon Clan. Otherwise the person created such a sin in the Taishu Temple, and the Emperor of the Taishu Temple could not just suppress him, but not kill him. Dead. Great Axe frowned and said, Bloodwave Supreme heard no expression on his face and said indifferently, What about the dragons? He has been expelled because he put down his taboos on the dragons. He has not belonged to the dragons long ago. Now, he is just a funeral dog. After a long pause, Bloodwave Supreme continued. Furthermore, the Shinkong Ancient Road incident was not planned by the dragons, and the owner had a debt and a debtor. What this one is looking for is not a dragon, but it is just a temple. After hearing the words and thinking for a long time, Supreme Master Axe passed a moment of determination in his eyes and laughed heartily. Well, this seat is for the sword unparalleled. Why not go crazy last time? What he said is difficult, not impossible. Hit him with a huge axe, never a person who is afraid. Soon Shuabwa Supreme laughed. And for years, he and this old friend have not fought side by side. I'm afraid this time the two will fight again. Okay, then I'll go to the Taishu Temple now and discuss justice for Wushuang. Bloodwave Supreme laughed loudly, stood up, and left the Temple of Life. The giant axe's eyes narrowed, and a wave of killing began to condense, and he also stood up. Just as the two were about to step out of the Temple of Life, a disciple of the Temple of Life came quickly. 2 adults, please stay away, and Supreme Lord has something to let the younger bring them to 2. Blood Supreme and Axe Supreme frowned and heard that Supreme had to stop them. What's the matter? Bloodwave Supreme said lightly. The Life Shrine disciple quickly said, 2 adults, Supreme Gav said, You do NT stop you from leaving the Life Shrine this time. But you do NT just ask what you want to do. But you must not use the banner of Life Shrine. What you do is all your personal inclinations and has nothing to do with the Temple of Life. Bloodwave Supreme and Giant Axe Supreme heard the words and could not help but smile at each other. What does it mean? They naturally understand. It is good. The two nodded their heads. Blood Supreme seemed to remember again and instructed. Yes, the thing about Jian Wushuang's death is still the same as before. He must not be revealed to his acolyte. News, do you understand? Yes. The disciple of the Shrine of Life shook his hands and replied. Bloodwave Supreme and Great Axe Supreme no longer hesitate. Looking up to the sky, under the body, has appeared thousands of miles away. The Temple of Life, the temple where the Supreme Lord is located. The Supreme Cover sat on a yin-yang futon cross-legged, surrounded by several exquisite incense burners. A smoky smoke of innocence, rising from the incense burner, spreading out into the mist. Little guy, there is only so much I can do for you. There was a rustling voice coming out of his mouth. Chapter 4282. Second more. The years continue to flow, and the 5,000-year period will soon elapse. With the Supreme and the Giant Axe killing the Taishu Temple, the entire universe was full of smoke for a while. In Shinkong Ancient Road, the 10th city, the 9th floor of the refining tower, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the chaotic void. His eyes closed slightly, his brows frowned. At this moment, he didn't know where he was now or how long it had passed. He only knew that he had fallen into the long river of years, and a reflection of hundreds of thousands of years of life began. He was searching in the long river of these years, and he had long lost his original heart. Why do you practice yourself? Why practice sword? Jian Wushuang wanted Zheng Jin to tell him an answer. In the years he saw his young sword battle, saw his spirit, saw his own Jedi's counterattack, and saw himself going through ups and downs. Until a long time passed, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes suddenly, like a dragon waking up in deep sleep, like a lightning flash across the night. Jian Wu's eyes shot 3 inches of mansions violently. Chushin, he found it. His original intention was reverse. Even facing the endless darkness, you can split it with a sword and see the fearlessness of the light again. Even if the sky wants to press him, he will split the sky. And even if the ground is to stop him, he will break the ground and treat him as death. Even if deep in the swamp, you must go forward with a heavy load, clenching your teeth, and never give up. This is his sword, unparalleled in verse. Just this inverse, with the continuous improvement of Jian Wushuang's strength, the constant fame of the world. It made Jian Wushuang missing. However, it has never been far away, just stored in the place where Jian Wushuang forgot, and quietly waiting for the arrival of Jian Wushuang. Now, Jian Wushuang finally found it back. Sorry to keep you waiting, Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, then looked up at the word Guanxin. The word Guanxin is broken. Suddenly, the numerous original rules on the 9th floor, like the rising tide, surged toward the endless waves of swords. Under the strong original rules, Jian Wushuang's broken body, fast recovery, exhausted divine power, also became full at a very fast speed. Jian Wushuang quietly absorbed these most primitive rules of breath and began to impact towards the ultimate dominating realm. He believes that once he breaks through to the ultimate dominating realm and exits the customs again, he will be shocked. As Jian Wushuang began to impact the ultimate realm, in the universe, a great battle between the Supremes burst out. The Supreme of Bloodwave and the great axe of the two entered the Taishu Temple directly. Extreme power, no one can stop it. What's more, the Supreme of the Bloodwave and the Supreme of the Great Axe are the top extremes in the universe. When the two shot, they swept the invincible and flattened the 2 virtual star field in general. In addition to the Ice Temple Supreme and the main halls of the leading temples in the Supreme Star Road, the other 4 halls the Lord shot everything, strangling the Bloodwave Supreme and the Great Axe Supreme. This battle was so earth-shattering that countless stars and galaxies were smashed and countless star fields were ground. The starry sky around the entire Taishu starfield was even more fragmented. I do indeed know how many disciples in the Temple of the Xian were tragically dead in the blood. Extreme axe hand. This battle lasted for several years and ended with the defeat of the 4 main halls. When this news came out, the entire universe was horrified and stunned. At this time, everyone came to realize that they were silent for dozens of Chaos-era life shrines. Once they were angry, what a horror! At this moment, the gate of the Temple of Life, the Bloodwave Supreme was expressionless. His clothes were stained with Supreme God blood. His hair was flying slightly, and countless disciples of the Taishu Temple were watching from afar, all shivering. The Supreme Axe is transformed into a giant, an axe-bearing giant, like an ancient who opened up the world, a horrifying atmosphere that can shake 9 heavens and 10 places, crush the eternal world, and radiate from his body. The masters of the 4 halls suffered injuries and stayed outside the Taishu Temple. Their faces were ugly. Bloodwave giant axe in order to make a sword unparalleled. Do you too want to start a war between Taishu Temple and Life Temple? A silver-haired boy strode from the Temple of Taishu with a pale complexion and cold eyes in his eyes enough to freeze the stars. It is Bingyu Supreme. Bingyu, when you sent a prisoner dragon to kill my temple disciple sword unparalleled, did you ever think of waging war? Bloodwave Supreme saw Bingyu Supreme coming out. His face was not moved, and his indifferent hand was indifferent. Said, Bingyu Supreme heard a sneer and replied, "This seat is nothing but the way of treating its own. In the ruins of Tai Luo, Jian Wushuang can kill his disciples. Now, this seat can naturally send someone to kill him. Is this the only sword in the world that kills this person? And the reason why this person cannot kill him? It is ridiculous." Bloodwave Supreme squinted his eyes, looked at him lightly and frowned. "What's the matter?" "You." Bingyu Supreme replied with an instant anti-smiling smile. "Blood, don't bully people too much." Bloodwave Supreme heard the words, and then faintly replied, This seat. I'm just lying to you today, what? Bingyu Supreme heard the words and immediately laughed. What a bully me! With a smile, he suddenly looked down at Bloodwave Extreme, his eyes cold to the extreme. Bloodwave, it seems that there is only one battle! The voice fell down, a shocking horror breath erupted, centered on Bingyu Supreme. This breath is so powerful that if he stretches out his hand, he can pinch the sky, and if he steps on it, he can break the universe. Extreme power, so scary. Okay, I heard that you are now the new emperor of the Taishu Temple. I just want to see how strong your new emperor is. Bloodwave Supreme said faintly. Come on then. Bingyu Supreme gave a cold drink, and when he stepped on his right foot, he suddenly disappeared outside the Taishu Shrine and swept towards a remote part of the universe. Bloodwave Supreme's expression was indifferent, and the same body flashed and chased towards Bingyu Supreme. Both are top of the universe. Once they fight, they will blast all the surrounding stars, so they must find a remote place in the universe. Morocco Supreme, Ice God of Emperor. The faces of the other four main halls changed, and as soon as they wanted to catch up, they saw the giant axe step down, and the horrifying axe passed in front of them, with an indifferent expression. This seat is here, and no one must disturb the battle between them. Just when the Supreme of the Blood Waves and the Great Axe killed the Taishu Temple, a similarly eye-catching news came out from the Supreme Starry Road. The King of 9 Robbers killed the 2 deputy temple masters of the Taishu Temple in the Supreme Starry Ancient Road. The deputy of the 7th Hall is Bai Fu. The deputy of the 5th Hall is Yang. The entire universe is shocked again. Chapter 40, 283. The first is more. Bai Fu, the main deputy of the 7th Temple, and Qing Qing, the deputy of the 5th Temple. Although they are all ordinary supremes, they broke into the supreme divine realm long before dozens of chaos ages, and their qualifications and background are unpredictable. However, it was these 2 supremes who were killed by the King of 9 Robbers alone. What a horrible record. You must know how precious the supreme is in the universe. Perhaps there will not be a supreme fall in the chaos period. However, in addition to the former Dingguang Supreme, the Supreme died in the hands of King 9 Calamity has exceeded 3. When this news came out, the universe was horrified at the moment. Countless people were trembling, and they were astonished at the impressive record set by King 9 Calamities. At this moment, inside the Supreme Star Ancient Road, a wilderness plain, King Jujiao, with white hair and white shirt, with an indifferent expression, walked on his own. He knew all the praises from the universe, but his expression did not change much, as if he had done something trivial. No matter the praise in front of people, or the satire in the future, in his nearly 100 years of chaos, he has heard too much and has long been out of whack. In his life, he has experienced too many ups and downs. When he was still at the end of the world, Supreme Gava took him from a remote and wild star field back to the Temple of Life, and then detected the perfect chaotic life rare in all ages. The entire temple he applauded and regarded him as the successor to the Palace of Life Shrine. When he was stuck in the ultimate dominating realm of dozens of chaos eras, countless people ridiculed that his potential was over, and the fallen genius, even the Gap Supreme, whom he regarded as a master, could hardly hide his disappointment. In the end, he broke through the supreme divine realm and killed the 3 supremes in succession, which made the universe sensation. His Tao heart has been tempered extremely calm. Call out. When the thoughts of the king of Josai were in tide, suddenly an old man wearing a big slapstick, holding a black crutch, and embroidered with the word "too empty" on his back, fell in front of him. King of 9 Calamities. The old man looked at him lightly, blocking his way. Okay. King Jujia stopped, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at the old man with a cane. The Black Owl, this is the high-level supreme master of the Taishu Temple, which is only eligible to be worn. Introduce yourself. The main hall of the 5th Temple of the Taishu Temple, south of Jinhai, completed the supreme divine realm 130 chaos. The youth you killed is the main hall of this temple. Jinnan Supreme spoke faintly. Oh, what are you doing to me? King Jujiao looked at him and said calmly, Oh, you killed the deputy chief of the seat. What do you think this place is looking for? There was a hint of fun in the eyes of Jinnan Supreme. You want to kill me? Wang Juyan of Juzai Wang gradually evoked the corners of his mouth, evoking a smile that looked like a smile. Yes, but to kill you, for the time being, I have something to ask you first. Jinnan Supreme nodded his head, then shook his head and said, King of the 9 calamities, the whole universe is in chaos today, and the blood and supremacy of your life temple have already killed the Taishu temple. One thing is that Jian Wushuang died. This one is not difficult to understand. After all, as far as I know, Jian Wushuang is the temple of life that the Supreme of Blood Waves leads to. It can be regarded as the half-disciple of Supreme Blood Waves, and the Great Axe is the ultimate friend of the Blood Wave Supreme. After a pause, Jinnan Supreme looked at King Zhelong's face and said, But what I can't understand is that, as far as I know, you're lonely and indifferent by nature, and your relationship with Jian Wushuang is not very good. The two had a battle on the trial ground of the Life Shrine. The battle ended with your failure and lost all face in the Life Shrine. With your temperament, you will report if you say nothing. Will he make himself enemies for him? Jiu, Jia, Wang heard the words and smiled slightly. You're right, Jian Wushuang. This guy really doesn't like him very much. He is also his biggest opponent ever. When Jinnan Supreme heard this, a doubt appeared on his face, and he said, Then you still. Before he finished speaking, the king of Juzai turned to him and calmly said, However, you idiots will not understand. How precious is a real opponent? Oh, do you love each other? There was a flash of thought in the eyes of Jinnan Supreme, and then a cruel arc roused at the corner of his mouth, and he turned his head and said, Okay, I already know what I want to know. King 9 calamities, you can kill me 2 temple halls of Taishu Temple Lord. Prepare to die now. Having said that, the crutch in the hands of Jinnan Supreme dropped slightly to the ground. Suddenly, a huge floor plan of the Xinghe River emerged from the place pointed by the extreme crutches of Jinnan. The figure of Jinnan Supreme disappeared slowly. In the sky, countless stars hang. The moon splashes the galaxy, and the sun rises, hanging on both sides of the sky. On the ground, countless mountains and mountains rise up, and the rivers and rivers flow endlessly and are full of vitality. The entire wilderness and plains changed in an instant, creating a world of their own. King of the 9 calamities, you are optimistic. This is the supreme divine art of this seat. Here, this seat is heaven. This seat wants you to die. You cannot live. This seat wants you to live. You must not die. The supreme words of Jinnan, at the same time, sounded like heaven and earth here. As if, at this moment, Jinnan Supreme is the incarnation of heaven and earth in charge of the authority of heaven and earth. Is the art of heaven? King Jujia raised his head and looked at the sky. Then a sneer appeared on his face. Heaven, I can't help it. I'm the master of this. Boom! One thought, the kingdom of God. A killing has begun. When the king of 9 calamities fell into battle, 3 days had passed in the battle between Supreme Blood Wave and Supreme Bingyu in Taishu Temple. No one knows the outcome of this battle. Everyone is waiting for Bingyu Supreme and Blood Wave Supreme, who will win. One is the former owner of the first temple of the Taishu Shrine, the newly increased Taishu Emperor, and the other is the supreme chief of the Life Shrine with ancient qualifications and special life. However, regardless of the outcome of the battle, everyone reached a consensus in their hearts. That is, disciples of Life Shrine should not be insulted. At this moment, a star field far away from the Taishu Temple, Bingyu Extreme stepped on the void, holding a Bingfeng Excalibur. His silver hair and silver eyebrows were stained with frost. Under his feet, countless icy cold spread out, but it turned out to freeze millions of miles of stars. Under the power of this cold, countless stars and the Milky Way were frozen, stopped rotating, and formed a very shocking picture. The blood wave supreme was expressionless, standing against his hands, and a trace of red blood dripped down his body, freezing and melting his feet. Rin air, southwest, northwest wind, I stand still. Chapter 40, 284. Second more. Blood, what are you trying to do? Really want to fight with this seat? Bingyu Supreme looked dull and coldly spoke. They have been fighting for 3 days. If it comes to attacking power, he is better than the Bloodwave Supreme. Unfortunately, the Bloodwave Supreme is a special life, and the Supreme Divine Power is much stronger than him. How he attacked his blood, he couldn't defeat him. Nowadays, the grand celebration of the universe is about to start, and he is very likely to become one of the children listening to the sermon in the adult seat. He is unwilling to fight with the Supreme Master of Blood. Bloodwave Supreme expressed an indifferent expression, and when Yen said, "What I don't want to do, what I want is nothing more than to recover a fare for the disciples of my life." Fare? Is it possible that you still want this seat, and apologize for that sword, unparalleled? Bingyu Supreme seemed to have heard a joke, and boundless rushed on his face. However, Bloodwave Supreme nodded his head and replied, "Yes, that's right." Bingyu Supreme heard the words. The smile on his face gradually converged, his eyes froze coldly, and said coldly, "Blood, you are so naive. What is your identity? What is the identity of that sword Wushuang? By him, is it worth it?" From the beginning to the end, Bingyu Supreme never thought about it. He will fight against him because of the incomparable sword, regardless of the power situation of the two parties. After all, from his point of view, if he is not a supreme, he will eventually be an ant. A sword is unparalleled, and he will kill if he kills it, which will not affect the overall situation. Bloodwave Supreme shook his head indifferently. He is not worthy. It's not up to you. Also, Blood, don't blame the seat, since you are looking for death. Bing Yen Supreme frowned, and could no longer restrain the anger in his heart. Tens of thousands of sharp ice dragons stood up, overwhelming, and screamed towards the Supreme. Countless voids shattered. Bloodwave Supreme saw his eyes narrowed, and a humming sound was heard in his mouth. Countless blood and water condensed at his fingertips, forming a wave of light, and slamming towards that forest ice dragon. Just when the two were about to fight again, two deep and ancient voices sounded in their minds. "You guys, is that enough? Okay, Blood, stop." When this sound sounded, the Blood Wave Supreme and Bingshuan Supreme flashed their eyes. "Master God! Gov Supreme!" Just because the sword died without a twin, a storm that swept the entire universe. Starry Sky Ancient Road, inside the 10th City Refining Tower. Jian Wushuang's breakthrough has also reached a critical point. The breath of countless rules of origin has become turbulent and violent, just like the tide of the sea. Wave by wave swept towards the sword, unparalleled. The 9th rule gradually formed in his body. Swordless eyes are open, like a whale sucking water, constantly inhaling the original rules. At this moment, if someone is refining the 9th floor of the God Tower, they will find that in the chaotic 9th floor, there is a huge vortex centered on Jian Wushuang. At the center of the vortex, the sword sat cross-legged. A surge of divine power absorbed by him as much as possible, and then formed the 9th rule in the body. With the formation of the 9th rule, Jian Wushuang's breath became more powerful and horrifying, and gradually moved to a completely new realm. In fact, there is indeed such a person who is quietly watching Jian Wushuang. I saw that outside of the refining God Tower, Lord Lon stood with his hand in his hands, and exposed beautiful eyes were like crossing the refining God Tower. A picture of Jian Wushuang flashed through the depths of her pupils and was immediately recorded. Her face flashed again, and she murmured, "This is a good seed." Years passed like a white horse, and in a blink of an eye passed. Outside the universe, although the battle between Bingyu Supreme and Bloodwave Supreme has ended. A gap has naturally formed between the Taishu Temple and the Temple of Life. People of the two major forces constantly collided. In the ancient sky, the same situation changes. The 9 giants no longer exist, and now in the ancient road of the starry sky, only the prisoner dragon is left to honor him. Most of the entire 8 cities are ultimately dominated, and most of them are already attached to the prisoner dragon. Only the Overlord, the 9-star prince, and the patriarch of the Moro Master team joined together to defend the prisoner dragon. But the situation was very bad. Like the dog of the bereaved family, the other giants of the prisoner dragon drove the west to the west. Struggling, even when the 3 men joined forces, the situation became precarious. Overlord's 6 commanders die, and vote, leaving only Shaoshan commander and Hanfeng commander, who are still alive. Even Mo Luo, the original Mo Luo Yengu, who had fought against Jian Wushuang, had already died in the Huba city and died in the hands of the Emperor of the Sun Kingdom. Just when the 3 of them began to shake their despair, thinking about whether they should also take refuge in the prison dragon. No one knows. In the 10th city of the refining tower, ultimately dominate, succeed, the sword Wushuang, wrapped in countless rules of origin, opened his eyes suddenly, and a fascinating world of gods flashed from his eyes. There was a crackling noise in his body, as if becoming a fairy. With the integration of the 9th rule, Jian Wushuang arrived in a perfect state. Regardless of the strength of the divine power or the divine body, Jian Wushuang can feel that it has become unprecedentedly powerful. Compared to the 5th level domination, Jian Wushuang's strength has soared at least 100 times. At this moment, he was far from being able to compete in the 5th series. How strong is it now? Jian Wushuang spread his palms, looked down, and muttered to himself, I don't know how strong I am now. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and did not rush to leave the 9th floor of the Refining God Tower, but a flash of thought flashed in his eyes. Now, I have broken through to the ultimate realm. It is better to push here and push the Yongyi sword art to Xiao Cheng's realm, and I can try to master the Terra Excalibur and to understand the 2nd form of the Terra Sword. When you think about it, Jian Wushuang flipped his right hand, and the ancient Taro sword code exuding the ancient flavor suddenly appeared in front of him. Opening the 2nd page of Tai Luo Jiandian, the introduction of Breaking Dawn suddenly came to his mind. When night falls and the world is plunged into endless darkness and suffering, the first light that cuts through everything in the deepest darkness. Its name, Dawn Light Dawn. Boom! The world in front of Jian Wushuang has suddenly changed. I saw a beam of golden light radiating from a distance in the dark night. This beam of golden light was initially only the thickness of the hair. By the time the beam of golden light completely arrived, it had become unrivaled, turning it into a golden sky sword, suddenly tearing endless darkness into the night. The whole world is divided into 2. Endless light drips, and the world returns to chaos. Chapter 4285. The first is more. Break of dawn. Cutting off all the evil spirits of the world and darkness is the ultimate invincible killing trick. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. A flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Daybreak is considered a variant of Yongyi. If Yongyue is a sword in a country, it is a move that gathers the trapped and killed the enemy as a whole. Then Breaking Dawn is the strongest killing magical power that gathers all the divine power. If we only talk about pure attack power, the attack power of Daybreak is far greater than Yongyi. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, closed the Tai Luo sword code, and continued to develop the Yongya sword trick, trying to push Yongya to Xiaocheng. Years passed, and 5,000 years passed again. Starry sky ancient roads are disturbing one after another, and in the latter 8 cities, the momentum of the prisoner's dragon has become as high as the sky, and no one dares to disobey his orders. Under the suppression of the prisoner dragon, Boang and others have gradually no respite, so they have to retreat. The overlord, the nine-star prince, and the chief prince of Moroa had no choice but to split their heads so as not to be caught by the captive dragon and wiped out. At the moment, at the entrance to the 11th city, the overlord bleeds blood, panting heavily, staring at the big prince and Qiyang demon who came after him. At one time, all three of them were expensive as one of the 9 giants in the ancient sky. However, with the rise of the prisoner dragon, the great prince and the lord of the red sun took refuge, and his tyrant became a bereavement dog, and the two became the thugs of the prison dragon. The prince and the lord of the red sun had a faint smile on their faces, and they looked at the overlord who was at the end of the road with a smile, and said with a smile, "The overlord, the good bird, chooses to live by wood." Now the prisoner dragon is very powerful. This seat looks at you once. In kind, I would like to remind you that you should hurry up to the Lord His Majesty. This is your only clear way. The overlord's expression was indifferent, and the immortal overlord has been urged to the limit by him. But even so, his breath has slumped to the extreme. If not, the overlord is an extremely strong constitution rare in all ages. I'm afraid he can't hold on. Fell in the hands of 2 people. Well, my overlord has stood up to his feet all his life, never succumbed to others, and he is not qualified to submit to this prisoner. The overlord frowned and said proudly, even though his body was full of scars, his waist was still straight, like a long gun that didn't fall. He is a tyrant. He is undefeated in all his life. After suppressing the ancient city of Shinkong, how can he be willing to surrender to others? Stupid clinging. The prince shook his head, his eyes were cold and harsh, and he said, "Since this is the case, then you are ready to go on the road." "Qiyang Lord, do it." He dropped, flipped his right hand, and a dragon-patterned jade seal suddenly appeared on his hand, violently suppressed towards the overlord. "Brahma seal, town." This jade seal was overbearing to the extreme. The jade that was under the seal of the jade appeared as if an overwhelming emperor appeared. He condemned the sky, lowered the wrath of thunder, and stormed the world. The Qiyang demon also flashed his eyes, pulled his hands together, and a black ball condensed, braving the black magic fire and pressing down towards the overlord. Both men were the most powerful invincible masters. When they shot, they were suddenly rock-shattered, and the powerful coercion directly cracked the earth. Seeing this, the overlord narrowed his eyes and flashed a dignified meaning. In terms of combat power, he thinks that he is no worse than either of them, even enough to kill either of them. But now his immortal, overbearing body has been overwhelmed by long-term pursuit. "I'm afraid I can't fight anymore." Finally, the big prince and the Qiyang demon blasted a trick together and hit the standing position of the overlord again, blasting the trembling of the 11th city. In the 11th city, countless ultimate masters hid in their temples, watching this scene tremblingly. What about people? The big prince raised a brow and made a frivolous noise. I saw that where the overlord was standing, there was no one, and the overlord's figure disappeared. "Big prince, here is the link between the 10th city and the 11th city. It is estimated that the overlord has fled to the 10th city." Qiyang demon said slowly. The eldest prince narrowed his eyes and sneered at the corners of his mouth and said coldly, "Want to escape? Let's chase." Alas, the two stepped on foot and disappeared at the entrance to the 11th city. Inside the entrance to the 10th city passage, puff! The overlord opened his mouth and spit out a spit of blood, his face pale. Just a moment ago, he promptly urged the customs to clear the customs, only to escape the joint killing of the great prince and the lord of the red sun in the near future. However, if this is the case, he is still scratched for a few minutes, and the scars on the indestructible tyrant have become more numerous. "Well, if this seat recovers, I will smash these 2 people down," said the overlord with a dark expression and hate. Among the 9 giants, he was at the forefront of his strength. He could not imagine that the 2 princes and the lord of the red sun, who he dismissed at all, now persecuted him to the field by virtue of the power of prisoners. "Can't go on like this. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there will be falling power today." The overlord took a deep breath, his expression gradually calmed down. His eyes flashed a thoughtful color. He knew in his heart that now he wants there are only two options for survival. Or it is to return to the prisoner dragon, like the prince and others attached to the prisoner dragon. Either it is to leave the ancient road of the starry sky completely. When the sky is high, the bird will fly, and the sea will be bounded by the fish, and the prince will not chase it out. The first option was directly rejected by the overlord. If he wanted to surrender the prisoner dragon, he would have surrendered long ago, and he would not have reached today. If it was the second option, leaving the ancient sky, he would not be reconciled. Once he left the ancient road of the sky, it means that all his previous achievements were lost, and he will be completely deprived of his qualifications to participate in the grand event of the universe. No, I have a third option. When the overlord was thinking, Yu Guang suddenly saw a pagoda with the shape of Lu in his corner of the eye, and his face was a joy. Right? You can escape to the refining god tower first. Thinking of this, the overlord no longer hesitated and flew towards the refining tower. As soon as the king's 4-foot left, the figures of the great prince and the master of the red sun gathered at the entrance of the passage. "Big prince, where do you say the overlord will flee?" Chiang Maju asked with a frown. After hearing the words, the prince narrowed his eyes and immediately pointed his finger at the Lianshin Tower, smiling with a smile. If His Highness guesses well, he should go to the Lianshin Tower. After finishing speaking, the two turned into two ons immediately and fired towards the refining tower. In the 10th city, many ultimate masters looked up at this scene. Their expressions were shocked. 3 giants visit the 10th city at the same time. Chapter 40-86. Second more. Refining God Tower, inside the 9th floor. The countless flavors of the original rules that had been strong and turbulent have almost disappeared. There's only a sculpture of black hair in black, like an ancient existence, sitting quietly in the void, with a powerful breath, exhaling around him, sweeping in all directions and chasing the entire chaotic space on the 9th floor. The squealing roar. In 5,000 years, the sword art of Yong Yi has finally been deduced to Xiaoqing's realm. A low voice came from this black-haired black sculpture. The next moment, I saw the sculpture open my eyes suddenly. A shocking movement, the sharpness reached the extreme gods, flashed through the eyes of this sculpture. He is sword unparalleled. During the nearly 10,000 years in the refining tower, he not only broke Xiao into the ultimate realm, mastered the second form of Tailu's sword, Code-Breaking Dawn, but also deduced the Yong Yi sword to Xiaoqing realm. Now he is a world with a sword. When a sword falls, the night is coming, and this is far from his biggest promotion. Taro Excalibur. Jian Wushuang looked down and saw in front of his knees a dark, golden body full of mysterious runes, and a sword-like Taro sword that was closed tightly at the position of the sword, quietly suspended. Immediately he stretched out his palm, 5 knuckle fingers, and grasped the hilt of the Taro Excalibur. Suddenly, a sense of painstaking connection surged in Jian Wushuang's mind. And the vertical eyes of the position of the hilt of the Tai Luo Excalibur opened suddenly. A wicked breath came to the extreme, taken from this vertical eye. I saw this vertical eye covered with bloodshot blood, like a cobweb, and a dark eyeball turned, filled with a sense of gloom. Although I can only use the real power of the Tai Luo divine sword, it is enough. The sword smiled slightly, and there was a touch of satisfaction in his eyes. The Taro sword, but the Taro Supreme was invincible in the universe, suppressing the peerless soldiers of 9 days and 10 places. From the rank of the grade, far beyond the level of the rule of treasure, reached a level that Jian Wushuang could not understand so far. Even if only a small amount of power can be used, it will surpass all the kendo magical powers of Jian Wushuang. Sword Wushuang's big hand turned over, inserted the Taro Excalibur into the sandalwood sword box behind him, slowly got up and stood up. Click and wipe. His body made a crackling sound like fried beans. Prison dragon, don't let me down. A whisper of Morris, whisper came from Jian Wushuang's mouth. Outside the pagoda, just when the overlord arrived and was about to step into the refining tower. Two light rays came through the world from a distance. He took the lead and landed at the gate of Lianshin Pagoda. The light gradually dissipated. The great prince blocked his hand in front of the gate of the refining god, and the corners of his mouth aroused a touch of whisper, and Pai Xiao did not smile. Dignity, I overlord, actually fell to the point where he needs to escape into the refining tower to save his life. The overlord's face changed, and he turned to look behind him. I saw Qiyang Devil expressionless, holding a long black knife in his hand, blocking his way. Seeing this, the overlord suddenly sinks a heart, and his face becomes ugly. In the 10th city, many ultimate masters looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Creation makes people heroes end. The dignified giant is so powerful that he has even been hunted down. It seems that this starry sky is an ancient road. We can't stay at all. Regarding the accidents in Hoqing, they naturally knew that the prison dragons were hunting down those who did not obey him. It really should be a sentence, he who lives with me is born, and those who are against him die. In the last 8 cities, except for those who are subject to the prison dragon, the other ultimate masters have basically been killed. Fortunately, their strength is low, and the prison dragons don't look down on it. However, no one came to trouble them. I don't know if they should be lucky or smile. Let's go and wait for the giants to fight each other. I'm afraid I will be caught in the pond. After sighing by these ultimate masters, they all rose to the sky and planned to leave. The great prince and others saw this scene, but they didn't care. A group of miscellaneous fish, they didn't bother to deal with it. Bawang, grab your hands. The prince turned his eyes and finally locked on the king. A majestic and magnificent momentum, soaring with him as the center. Terrifying coercion directly collapsed the temple houses of 10 miles away. Behind the overlord, the Lord of the Red Sun twisted his neck, spreading his coercion, as if an ancient demon had come into the world. Seeing this, the overlord took a deep breath, knowing that he can no longer be good today. Fortunately, he was also a masculine man, and there was a flash of decisiveness in his eyes, and Shin said, "Come on." "Okay, this seat satisfies you." The prince licked the corner of his mouth, and there was a morbid cruelty on his face. Just when he and the Lord of the Red Sun were about to make a move, ready to kill the overlord, suddenly, rumble. As if the sky was falling apart, the entire 10th city, nearly 100,000 miles, shuddered. At this moment, countless grounds are cracking. The sky is constantly changing color, and a gust of wind is whistling. The entire 10th city is like falling into the sea of anger. An extremely powerful coercion came to the world, intimidating in all directions. In the face of this coercion, the coercion of the great prince and the demon of Qiang is just like a mountain stream, facing the ocean, humble and extremely small, far from a level. With just one breath, it is crushed. What happened? The expressions of the great prince and the master of Qiang have changed dramatically. Even the overlord was trembling with expression. He was indestructible, and in the face of this coercion that destroyed the world, he felt like a chick and shivered. Only at the fortress where the 10th city Lord Master is located. She was closing her eyes and raising her eyes, opened her eyes. A smile appeared on her face and said softly, "He finally came out." At this moment, the bronze giant gate of the alchemy pagoda for nearly 10,000 years was closed and shattered. Countless raging, sword-like spirits came out of it. Who is messing? The big prince and the Lord of the Red Sun roared, and quickly urged the divine power to resist this way like a dragon's sword. However, this path was like a dragon's sword and smashed at them, but it directly smashed them hundreds of feet away, leaving countless channels of sword marks on the ground. For a moment, the great prince and Qiang demon were furious and looked towards the Lianshin tower. Da-da-da, da-da-da. A dreary footsteps passed from the refining tower. Immediately, they saw a cold young man dressed in black hair and carrying a sword box, stepping out of the dark and deep inside the refining tower. He is. After the cold young man walked out of the dark place of the refining tower completely, the great prince and the Lord of the Red Sun were shaken with an unbelievable look on his face. Even the overlord was stunned, and the whole person was struck by lightning. Swords Warriors. Chapter 40, 287. The first is here. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the refining tower, the whole 10th city became quiet. Not only is the prince, the master of Qiang, the overlord, etc. dumb, but even many of the ultimate masters who have planned to leave the ancient road of the starry sky, all of them are frightened, and they stare blankly at Jian Wushuang. Next moment, the great prince and others slammed a violent spirit. Staring at Jian Wushuang stubbornly, the great prince even shouted, "Impossible! You cannot be alive. I saw with your own eyes that you were shot dead by a captive dragon. How could you be alive? Who are you? Say, who are you?" Wu Jianshuang's expression was indifferent, and when he heard the words, lightly looked at him, he calmly said, "Are you unhappy to see me alive?" The squeak of the prince's teeth biting. Speaking, there is still some connection between him and Jian Wushuang. In the ruins of Tai Luo that year, his third brother and third prince died in the hands of Jian Wushuang. The 23rd prince was killed. Although the big prince was happy in his heart, he made a distressed look outside, and even said that he would take off his sword unparalleled head in order to sacrifice the third prince in the spirit of heaven. Later, Jian Wushuang killed the quartet on the ancient road of the starry sky, and even slashed the 4 invincible masters, such as Jinwu Emperor and Rabbit Buddha. He knew in his heart that he was no longer the opponent of Jian Wushuang, and no longer wanted to take the words of the 3 princes' heads. This is the end of the matter. I can't help, but the prisoner dragon was killed at this time, and the sword unparalleled fell. In this regard, the great prince began to declare outside the sword that Jian Wushuang had good luck. Otherwise, he would die in his hands. What he didn't expect is that Jian Wushuang not only did not die, but also looked at the momentum of the game just now. I'm afraid it is stronger than before. Jian Wushuang returns now. Once known by Jian Wushuang, he proclaims himself outside with all kinds of shouts. Sword unparalleled. You must be proud of it. Lord Prisoner Dragon can kill you once. You can kill you twice. The prince expressed a dark expression and clenched his fists. Qiang Demon looked at Jian Wushuang with an interesting look. For this man who had begun to cut the 4 invincible masters for the first time, he met for the first time. Blood sword. Oh no, in fact, you should be called Jian Wushuang. In fact, this seat has always wanted to try how strong you are. Qiang Demon stepped forward, looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes when he heard the words. He remembered himself and did not say that he was called Jian Wushuang in the Shinkong Galu. He had always used the pseudonym of Bloodsword. It seems that during the period of retreat, there should be a lot of things happening in the universe. Wu Jian's eyes flashed a thought. Then he looked at the Lord of the Red Sun and said lightly, "Do you want to fight with me?" "Yes." The Lord of Qiang replied with a laugh. At the same time, there was a calculation in his heart. Now that sword warrior is dead and resurrected, it will surely stir up a stir in the universe. If you kill sword warrior by yourself, you will not only get the appreciation of the prison dragon, but you will be better reputation in the universe. Even if he lost to Jian Shou, he thought it was enough to escape by virtue of his strength. It would be a great achievement to sue the news to Prison Dragon. It'll do what you want. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head, 5 knuckle fingers, holding the hilt of Wu weapon sword in his waist. Seeing this, the overlord suddenly changed his face and quickly shouted, "Sword unparalleled, don't be reckless. When this seat recovers 1 or 2, the 2 of us join forces." I didn't wait for him to finish. Jian, Sword Wushuang has drawn his sword. Wu cry Excalibur, 3 inches out of the sheath. Huh, he sang softly. The next moment, there was a flash of Jian Mang that made the world mourn. Hurry up! Too fast! Everyone just saw Jian Wushuang's sword-drawing action, and they saw a white swordman shoot out of his scabbard, just like a knife-cut tofu, flashed from the Lord of the Red Sun. I saw that the Qiang demon had a smile on his face before he could spit out a word, but the whole person was instantly torn apart. Boom! The next moment, the main body of Qiang demon collapsed. Sword spike. At this moment, the world seems to be choking. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. His eyes were dull for a while, and his mouth could be opened to put an egg. Just now, what happened? 1 Omega Omega Omega. Kai 1Z. Si Qi Jian Wushuang's expression was faint, and her black hair was scattered, as if she had only done a trivial thing. She looked at the Grand Prince faintly and said calmly, "Are you going to fight me?" Huh. The eldest prince stared with eyes wide, and when he heard the question, a sudden horror like a ghost appeared on his face, but his feet softened and he almost fell to the ground. A sword spike? The grandpa prince only felt a chill, rushed straight from the spine to the top of the head, and got cold all over the body. Jian's sword is unparalleled. How could he become so scary? Murmur. There was a rolling sound of throat, and it kept ringing. Everyone in the 10th city swallowed the saliva unconsciously. They looked at the expressions indifferently, the swords in black and black hair, and all their hairs were upright. Qiang Demon Lord is the invincible master of the famous in the universe, one of the 9 giants in the ancient sky, so countless people look forward to the existence. But it was such an invincible master who was killed by Jian Wushuang's sword? This is not the most terrifying yet. The most terrifying thing is that the swords of the swordless pair of waists do not seem to be completely sheathed. What terrible combat power is this? At this moment, countless people are trembling. Sword is unparalleled, you can't be proud. Even if you are strong, the adult dragon in the starry sky can rule you. The prince bite in the teeth. He is not a stupid person. Since Jian Wushuang can kill Qiang demon with 1 sword, then his strength must be far above him. As for today's plan, only the prisoner dragon was moved out to make the sword unparalleled. Want to press me by the prison dragon? Wu Jianshou looked at him and said lightly, "Prince, I didn't want to kill you, but since you carried the prisoner dragon, so sorry you can't go today." The prince heard the words, his face suddenly changed, and he quietly stepped back and opened his mouth and scolded. "Jian Wushuang, do you think you can compete with the prisoner dragon? I tell you, the strength of the prisoner dragon, far from what you can." Speaking of this, the great prince saw that the distance between Wushuang and Jian has been widened, and he stepped his right foot and suddenly shot towards the entrance of the 10th city channel. Escape! Must escape! I said you can't go. At this moment, a quiet voice sounded in his ear. "When did you come here? How come so fast?" The big prince numbed the scalp. The next second, a half-moon swordmang slashed across him. Under this half-moon jianmang, the body of the great prince was almost like a piece of paper, and was directly cut off. Do not! In the terrifying roar of the great prince, his body crashed and shattered. Qiang Demon Lord and Grand Prince both died. Chapter 4288. Hey, the second is here. Purr, purr. A gust of cold wind blew across the city's head. The 10th city, which was originally noisy, can be heard in a moment. Everyone is staring with eyes wide, staring at Jian Wushuang with a dull look. The 2 princes and the Lord of the Red Sun were killed by a single sword. Oh no, they didn't even see the swordless Wu Clan S. Excalibur. Only 1 sword-drawing style annihilated the 2 gods. So horrible. Countless people sweated on their foreheads and looked at the footsteps in the void. Like the sword Ling Shi, the unparalleled sword unparalleled, and a word surged in their hearts. It is like a monster descending from the sky. It is really too old on Earth. Even the overlord, after a sluggish look, swallowed his throat and looked at Jian Wushuang's gaze, which was extremely complicated. Once, Jian Wushuang was the seventh leader under his hands, an unknown little in the ancient road of the starry sky. But now, the whole universe is making a storm for him. His own life was saved by him just now. Blood sword. The overlord shouted softly. He is more accustomed to calling the alias Blood Sword rather than Sword Wushuang. Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes, stepped down in the void, and said, "Where is the prisoner dragon now?" The tyrant stunned, and then replied, "Blood Sword, he is in the 18th city." He wanted to say more, and saw that Jian Wushuang had turned around and walked towards the entrance of the 10th city passage. A quiet voice sounded, "Go, kill me with me." The tyrant heard a sudden shock and quickly followed him. A moment later, the two disappeared at the entrance to the 10th city passage. At the same time, the 10th city around it was eventually dominated, and only then did it wake up like a dream. They look at each other. They can see the colorful in each other's eyes. They know that the ancient sky is going to change. Immediately, the news about the return of the sword without double life, the sword killed the prince, and the master of the Red Sun with a sword spread out at an extremely fast speed, sweeping the entire universe. In a short time, the whole universe was shaking. I was inside the temple of the virtual god. The Supreme sits on the hall, closing his eyes and raising his soul. The battle between him and Supreme Bloodwave, which contained nearly 100 Chaos-era Supreme Divine powers, was almost exhausted, and it took countless years to bring it back. Bloodwaves, wait until the Cosmopolitan Grand Event. This seat and you to calculate this account. Bingyu Supreme opened his eyes. A pair of silver pupils flashed to the extreme of murder. I do not know how many years, ever since he asked the Supreme Divine Realm. No one dared to provoke him. However, on the day Xiaobo opened the killing ring in front of the Taishu Temple, and even said, "This seat, how about you?" the words did not leave him a little face. How does this keep him angry? It was time for him to rise to power as the new emperor. As a result, the entire universe is joking at him now, saying that he is the most abandoned emperor in the history of Taishu Temple. The killing intention of the Supreme Master in blood is almost condensed into substance. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a long beeping voice outside the door asking for a meeting. "Come in." Took a deep breath. Bingyu Supreme converged, said calmly, "Yes." Soon afterwards, he saw a master of the Taishu Temple, who hurried in from outside. "See Emperor Bingyu." The master half kneeled and arched his hand. Bingshuan nodded supremely and said lightly, "What do you mean by what?" The master half knelt on the ground, bowed his head and hesitated for a while. "This." "Say." Bing frowned, majestically scolded. When the disciple heard his words and bit his teeth, he had to scratch his head and replied, "Master Shinkong, the news from Shinkong Ancient Road. Jian Wushuang did not die, he has been reborn, and he killed the great prince and Qiang demon with one sword weight." After the words of this sentence fell, there was no thunder and anger in the whole hall, but it turned into a dead silence. It's chilling to death. The expression of this disciple could not help but panic. It was not until a long time ago that the quiet voice of Bingyu was remembered in the hall. "Okay, let me step down." The disciple heard the words, and then he was relieved in his heart and quickly resigned. 1. Omega Omega Omega. Kai 1Z. See what he didn't know. The throne of Bingyu Supreme, which was created with the best materials, has been ripped apart. Waste! Extreme expression Taiching reached the extreme. A cold breath emanated from him. The temperature of the entire hall plummeted by thousands of baidu, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of frost. Wu Jian Wushuang did not die. Then there are 2 virtual temples and will become the biggest joke in the entire universe. At the same time, inside the Palace of Life, Bloodwave Supreme and Great Axe Supreme also received the news of the return of the sword without dual births. Ha 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 ha. I know that this little guy has always been so hard, How could he die in the hands of a bereavement dog? Since Jian Wushuang died, the blood on the face has never been a smile of supremacy, and at this moment he laughed heartily. The gigantic axe looked at the Supreme, who laughed heartily, and a smile appeared on his face. He is not good at words, but when he hears that Jian Wushuang has not died, the joy in his heart is not less than that of the Bloodwave Supreme. Blood, this time the temple of the virtual temple, is too big. The Supreme Axe smiled and shook his head. Inside the extreme Shinkong ancient road, King Jujia is rushing into shape and is hunting down a big old man. Aren't you going to kill me? To take revenge for your dean? Wang Jijiawang's expression was indifferent, and he laughed calmly while chasing. Pervert, wicked, mad. The old man's teeth clattered, his face was terrified, and he continued to shoot forward. For this person, he is the master of Jinnan Hall, who came to kill King Jiucai. I just don't know when it will happen. Between the two hunted and killed, they changed their identities. The special life supreme from these temples of life, compared to me and other ordinary supreme, the advantage is too great. Especially the King of Nine Calamities is the perfect level of life. The thoughts of Su Jinnan Supreme turned sharply, and the madness began to figure out how to escape the hunt. However, just then, he was hunting down his King of the Ninth Calamity, and all of a sudden he stepped. Oh, Jian Wushuang is not dead? Wang Jujiao. Wang took his hand. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Just now he received a supreme news, and was told that Jian Wushuang not only died, but also killed the two princes and Qiang demon with one sword. So, too, how could he die if he was the opponent of King Jiucai? King Jujia shook his head and smiled, looking at the owner of the South Hall of the Jinnan, and said lightly, "Just this seat spares your life today." And at the same time, Wu Jianshuang and Overlord have stepped into the 11th city. Blood sword. Jian Wushuang, listen to me. If I expected it well, Prison Dragon should already know that you are not dead. Now the whole Ho-8 cities are his people. If you rush and if he does, he will set up an ambush and send someone to siege you. In my opinion, it would be better for me to find the Jiuxing Shengzi and Maluo Shao, and then think about the countermeasures together. Otherwise, if you enter the latter 8 cities like this, you will be the enemy of the world. The tyrant followed behind Jianshuang, and was slightly behind by half a figure, considering the words carefully. The current sword is unparalleled, and naturally cannot be treated in the same way as before. Even if he talks, he has to think about whether it is appropriate or not. Are all enemies in the world? Jian Jianwushuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words, then shook his head and calmly said, "Then let us be the enemy of the world." Chapter 40, 289. The first is here. The deepest ancient road in the sky, the 18th city. The prisoner dragon was sitting on a throne, and the great emperor, the young emperor, the blood sun, and a charming woman stood beside him. He had a newsletter in his hand, the master of the 10th city, and the report of the battle rushed. In this newsletter, there is a detailed record of the return of Jian Wushuang's dual life, and Jian Wushuang's first sword killing the 2 princes and Qiang demon. "Master, what shall we do now?" asked the Emperor Shao of the great sun god. The prisoner's expression was playful, and he didn't answer, but smiled. "It's really interesting. The sword Wushuang is clearly under the seat. He has disappeared, and it all made him come alive." He froze. The prisoner's eyes glanced over the faces of the young emperor of the great kingdom of the sun and the enchanting woman, and said, "Xiaoyan Tianluo Fu, you 2 each led 100 ultimate masters to the 11th city." Yes, the concubine of the emperor Dari's god kingdom should be complimented, and Tian Luofu kissed the prisoner's face and smiled. "Master prisoner, wait for my good news." A moment later, each of them led 100 ultimate masters, rushing towards the 11th city. Prison Dragon watched the 2 disappearing into the sky, and chuckled. Sword unparalleled. "Don't worry, the game between us has just begun." 11th city. The The sky is gray. Wu Jianwushuang stepped on the imperial road of the 11th city. He could feel that the past 10,000 years had passed, and the Shinkong ancient road had become a lot more deserted than when he was there before. He remembered that when he first stepped into the 11th city, there were still many ultimate masters who stood at the entrance of the passage and invited the ultimate masters of the 8 cities to join the major forces. But now the excitement and prosperity of the past disappeared, leaving nothing but cold. Jian Wushuang, since you faked death, the whole city behind the ancient starry sky has fallen into the mad killing of the prisoner dragon. Now the whole city behind the ancient starry sky, the dead and flee, even if there are a few still alive, almost all took refuge in the prison dragon. Overlord lags behind Jian Wushuang and sighs. Imagine that when the 9 giants jointly led the ancient road of Shinkong, they can be said to be full of flowers, each showing its different colors. Even if there are occasional killings, it will not hurt the foundation. Wu Jianwushuang nodded, no reply. The King of Kings continued to take care of himself. I have already sent a message to the Jiuxing Sun and the Demon Chief, and they will come to us later, when we will kill the prisoners together. Jian Wushuang said a while, then thought and asked, Can a leader of Shake Mountain survive? He did not care about the lives and deaths of other people, but shook the mountain leader. When he first came to the 8 cities behind Shinkong Ancient Road, he treated him rather modestly. The overlord heard a bitter smile and replied with a bitter smile, Shake the Mountain is still alive, that is, the other people are in command, and they have all died. But unfortunately, I waited for the captive dragon to chase after myself. I don't know where. Just as the 2 started talking, flying above the sky, a sudden roar was made. Wu Jianshou looked up. I saw a demon man wearing a royal robe with a round of fierce daylight embroidered on it, and a charming woman with an exposed and enchanting body, each leading 100 ultimate masters, like a rolling black cloud from the distance, came out of the air. 1 Omega Omega Omega. Kai 1Z. See, they're so powerful that they're full of pressure, as if the sky is about to reach the sky. It is the Tian Luo woman of the great Emperor Kingdom and the young spider family. Seeing the overlord, the pupil shrinks. He did not expect that the prison dragon would be so fast. Soon after they arrived in the 11th city, they had been sent to kill. I saw above the sky the emperor of the great Sun Kingdom. The Emperor Shao looked indifferent and looked down at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flashed coldly. In the original ruins of Tailuo, the king of Jinnan died in swordless hands. The king of Jinnan was his henchman's assistant to the ruins of Tailuo. Just take advantage of today to end the sword unparalleled. Shao Di hummed in his heart. On that day, Luo Fu looked at Jian Wushuang directly. After tapping her mouth, she covered her mouth and smiled softly. Well, you are Jian Wushuang? You are younger and more handsome than I expected. Why not do me 1,000 one of the first faces? Maybe I can say, Lord Prisoner Dragon, spare your life. After I finished speaking, she laughed and trembled. I have to say that Luofus' beautiful appearance this day, under such a smile, is really full of charm. Even many of the ultimate masters behind her have been blinded for a while. The king of tyrants quickly said next to Jian Wushuang, Jian Wushuang, you must not listen to this demon woman's nonsense. Their spiders are the best bewitching technique. Once they are confused, they will swallow their divine spirit and nourish themselves. On that day, the Luo woman heard the words, and a moment of anger suddenly appeared on her face. Lu Mei yelled upside down and said, Bawang, you're going to hurt and stigmatize me here. After saying that, she turned to look at Jian Wushuang again and smiled charmingly. Sword Wushuang, can you think clearly? Wu Jian had no expression on both sides and slowly looked up at her calmly. Are you done? Tian Luofu froze on her face. When you are finished, prepare to die. Wu Jian's eyebrows were cold. His right hand slaps Wu Weapon's sword. Wu Weapon's sword comes out of the sheath instantly. A shocking movement, straight into Jiu Xiao, issued a dim cold sword, spread instantly. This sword is blowing like a hurricane, endless power is flowing. The entire mile of emptiness was instantly condensed. Sword warriors come back quickly. This super battle array is invincible. Boang shouted. However, wait for him to finish. Qi Jian Wushuang has already held the hilt of his sword and stepped hard. The whole man has risen to the sky, merged with the sword, turned into a half-moon sword-on, and looted towards the ultimate master of the sea. At first, this sword was just ordinary, but as it approached, it suddenly became like a heaven and earth, exuding endless brilliance. Shi Shaodi and Tian Luofu looked indifferent and drank lowly. Go all out and kill him. Yes, 200 ultimate dominators suddenly should be. Various rules emerged from the treasure, stirring thousands of magical rays in the air. The young emperor teared his hands, and suddenly a large round of fierce day condensed, pressing toward the sword unparalleled. Mystery, violent, blood day! Suddenly, under the eyes of Tian Luofu's eyes, she opened up her mouth and spit out thousands of spider silk and shot toward the sword without any effort. This spider silk is extremely tough, covered with purple venom, like a powerful javelin, a burst of sound barrier sound. At this moment, thousands of tricks blasted. Sword and sword warrior has come from the sword, slammed into the ultimate master of the black pressure. Chapter 4290. Hey, the second is here. At this point, this sword has become a tearing sky, running through the sky and earth, emitting a glorious brilliance, like a knife cut butter, splitting thousands of techniques, crushing past 200 ultimate masters. Heaven and earth. Only this sword, Guanghua. Lao's Han shakes, the sun and the moon collapse, and the chaos is boiling. A blast of shock came from all over. Countless gods collapsed, countless ultimate masters fell. And in the sky, it seemed like a blood rain. Unstoppable. Destroyed. Take a sword and break the magic. This sword, through a very fast speed, pierced the blood sun of the emperor of the great sun god kingdom, and then cut the whole person in the air in the incredible eyes of the young emperor. How could he be so strong? Suddenly charming, the glamorous and unbelievable Tian Luofu's face suddenly changed, terrified, and screamed. It turned into a huge black spider with black spider legs. She is quickly weaving nets in the air in order to resist the dazzling sword transformed by Jian Wushuang in one body. However, everything is useless. This sword Wushuang easily tore off the net that she had worked hard to weave, rolled over her, and split into 2 sections. The first sword after this sword Wushuang is out. It is destined to be amazing in the world. I was far away in the 11th city. 2 people are coming quickly. These 2 people are like Jiu Xing Shengzi and Emo Luo Xiao Changhuang. Suddenly, the 2 were sprinting, and suddenly stopped, as if they saw something incredible, raised their heads to the horizon, and looked at it. I saw that at the end of the sky, a dazzling sword-mongering, like a hanging river, connected the heavens and the earth into a line, crashed into a dark cloud, and penetrated the dark cloud composed of magical powers directly into 2 sections. Across the sea. What a terrifying sword! Jiu Xing Shengzi and Emo Luo Arama looked at each other, and in their eyes were horrified. Come on. The Overlord sent me a message before. He is now with Sword Warrior. If I read it right, the sword-like meaning of the sky should be Sword Warrior. In other words, they are now fighting with the prisoner of the dragon. The Jiu Xing Xingzi took a deep breath, still unable to stop shocking, focused on the head. Immediately, the 2 did not dare to delay any more, and as soon as they stepped, they turned into 2 rays of light, and at a faster speed, swept away in the direction of Jian Wushuang. Jian Qi Volley traversed the sun and the moon. Between heaven and earth, the light repeats itself. I saw a very spectacular scene. The battle array consisting of the great emperor of the sun god kingdom, the goddess of heaven, and 200 ultimate dominators has been like a fort on the beach. Off, under one sword, the emperor of the great sun kingdom, the emperor Tianlufu, together with 200 ultimate masters, all died. In the 11th city, there are some ultimate masters who live in the cracks, all looking up at the sword, as if seeing mythology, lips trembling. The sword Ling Shi! The world is unparalleled. The style of this sword is proof that the world is invincible. Rebirth comes back. One sword wipes out all the enemies of the world. Ha 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 ha, we have an ancient road to the stars. We have been saved. Countless people stared at Jian Wushuang, dizzying and fascinated. Yiboang also looked at Jian Wushuang. He intended to help Jian Wushuang and slowly lowered his arm. He looked at a sword and smashed all the enemies' swords in the world, and his face glowed with a gorgeous smile. This smile was so cheerful and so vivid. He knows that the retribution of Prison Dragon has arrived. Two light rays fell beside him, turning into Jiuxing Shengzi and Emo Luo Arma. Both of them did not speak, but looked at Jian Meng, who was transformed by Jian Wushuang. Their expressions were extremely complicated. Once upon a time, there were the top 9 giants, and Jian Wushuang was just an unknown little in the ancient road of Shinkong. Now, they face Jian Wushuang, but they can only look up. We sent him far away. Jiuxing Shengzi sighed. After a short while, above the sky, there was only sword Wushuang. He stood with the sword, his black hair was flying, and his black robe was stained with blood, as if he had stepped on the sky. You are waiting for me. Wu Jianshou looked back at them, then turned into sword on again, and swept away towards the entrance of the 11th city. Sword unparalleled, where are you going? Boang and others shouted, shouting, slay the dragon. Wu Jianshuang spit out 2 words calmly. Boom! A gigantic Jinmong appeared, and in an instant it disappeared in front of them and appeared thousands of miles away. In the next breath, Jian Wushuang has disappeared to the 11th city. Gong Boang and others looked at each other quickly and quickly followed. 11th city, 12th city, 13th city, 14th city. The sword of Wushuang, which stretches for thousands of miles, starts from the 11th city and passes through the sky of each city successively. He saw Hobaking, and it has become so crowded, countless mountain peaks are broken, and countless large lakes have dried up. He knows that these are the masterpieces of Prison Dragon. In the 8 cities that followed, the ultimate masters who stretched out and lingered under the prisoner's dragons all looked up and looked at the dazzling swordsman passing by from the air. It's swordless. He is back. In the 16th city, a burly figure hiding in the depths of the ground. Feeling the strong kendo breath passing fast in the sky, he felt a shock and broke through the soil. He is the leader of Shaking Mountain. He knows that the day he is waiting so hard has finally arrived. At this moment in the 18th city, it is also the last city in the ancient sky. The prisoner dragon sat on a throne of dragon patterns, as if sensing something, slowly raised his head to look at the sky, and a weird arc evoked in the corner of his mouth. Don't you stop it. He twisted his neck, lazily making a clicking noise. Blood God Sun, Jian Wushuang is coming. Bring his old friend out. The Bloodshin Z stared and nodded. He stomped into the temple behind Prison Dragon and launched a huge thing shrouded in a black robe. Wow! The black robe was lifted by the Blood Sun, and I saw a huge stone frame made of black iron. A chubby ultimate dominated by 2 black chains that penetrated the scapula and nailed to the stone frame. This ultimate master is awesome. Little guy, your rescuer is coming. The prisoner dragon smiled at him, then turned to look far away from the sky, and his tongue licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing cruelty. I saw a light on the sky. This light is like a horizontal thunder between heaven and earth, splitting the sky into 2 sides, carrying the endless thunder potential, and quickly coming. This silk is brighter, faster and faster, and finally, in the pupil of Prison Dragon, zooming in sharply. That's a swordman. Chapter 40, 291. The first is here. This sword is coming in galvanically. It was not noticeable at first, but as it approached, it instantly covered the sky and shattered the clouds. Suddenly, the blood sun's face suddenly froze. Even though it was still thousands of miles away, he could already feel the sharp sword chi, which hurt his body. It's strong. The word of God of blood poured out from the bottom of his heart. Finally come. The prisoner's eyes flashed wildly, with a touch of excitement on his face, and he stood up from the throne. Huh! The sword on transformed by Wu Jianwushuang, without any intention of staying, ran straight towards the prison dragon. Ha ha ha, good job! The prisoner's feet slammed into the void, and two large pits exploded, turning into a black on and slamming into the sword. Huh! There was a loud noise, and it broke out. I saw the two hit the center. A huge arc-shaped shock wave spread instantly and set off a huge white wave in the air. The next moment, I saw the figure of the prisoner dragon, shot it backwards, hit it on a mountain peak, and crashed the mountain directly. Wu Jianmong gradually dispersed, and in the void, a thin figure of black hair was exposed. Hit him. It is the sword unparalleled that has passed the 18 cities. This sword has accumulated endless divine power of the sword, and keeps backlogging until it hits the prison dragon, and then only bursts out. Ah, since you've broken through to the end. The prisoner dragon came out of the mountain peak, wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, looked up at Jianwushuang. His face was not half afraid, but the sparks of excitement in his eyes kept flashing. Yes, it's my blessing, and I broke it. Jianwushuang nodded faintly. The prisoner dragon smiled, and then he said, Yeah, the only way is that it will be interesting to kill you again. Jianwushuang didn't care about him, but turned to look at the How Ember Master on one side, and there was a pity of pity in his eyes. The current How Ember dominates. 2 chains pass through his scapula. His face is yellow. His whole body is weak to the extreme. His eyes are full of decay. But when he saw Jianwushuang, there was a gleam of light in his bleak and hopeless eyes. He looked at Jianwushuang, opened his mouth hard, and forcibly squeezed a smile. Master, blood and blood sword, I knew that you would come to save me. Prison Dragon watched this scene, sneered, and urged narrowly. Jianwushuang, speaking of this guy who is really loyal to you, this place has crushed his bones time and time again. He burned his soul with a divine fire every day, causing his body to constantly collapse and reorganize. Even so, he still did not want to trust me. Wu Jianshou heard the words. His expression gradually became cold. Turned his head to look at him. Calmly said, Relax, I will crush your bones inch by inch, cramps and bones, torture day and night. Ha ha ha, Jianwushuang, then it depends on whether you have this ability. Prison Dragon Zhang laughed wildly. Countless black chains erupted behind him and smashed into the sword like a missile, Jianwushuang's eyes closed for a moment. He was quite impressed with the black chain. Each of these black chains was as heavy as the Mount Taishan and extremely heavy. In the face of this move, Jianwushuang was helpless and could only be passively beaten. But now, naturally, they can no longer be compared. Looking at the thousands of chains smashed by the sky, Jianwushuang spit out 2 words. Cut star. Huh. A silver sword rainbow condensed, as if there were thousands of glory in the world, gathered in the hands of sword unparalleled, carrying the potential of armies to make things easier, and severely chopped the thousands of chains. As Jianwushuang broke through to the ultimate level, the sword-cutting sword also had a worldwide difference. I saw countless star formations on this sword-cutting sword. The silver sword rainbow is more like a magnificent galaxy. When it is dropped with a sword, it is like ingesting a rolling galaxy. The power is terrifying. Ding! There was a crisp sound of crackling, and this black chain, which was very strong, was broken down at a very fast speed under the Star River, turned into a silver sword. This hasn't stopped yet. After silver, Jianhong cut off all the black chains. He chopped forward again. In the surprised eyes of the prisoner dragon, a sword struck him. The prisoner's dragon slammed fiercely, and the sword suddenly burst into a sword mark, spilling a series of black blood. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and his right foot slammed on the ground. It suddenly swept like a hurricane, followed by a leap, and immediately appeared on top of the prisoner's dragon head. Before the prisoner dragon's reaction came, his 5 fingers suddenly extended and clasped on his face, grabbing the prisoner's face, slamming it on the ground. Prisoner Yuet. Countless lands are split. Jian Wushuang's expression is indifferent, grabbing the prisoner's dragon's face. Banging on the ground constantly, the action is violent to the extreme. Tap it again and again. A horrible sword, constantly blasting in the sword without hands. The prisoner's head was grasped by Jian Wushuang, and he smashed on the ground of the 18th city, smashing the ground into a huge deep pit and numerous cracks spread out around the giant pit. Sword unparalleled, who gives you the qualification, dare to hurt me? A low, deep voice issued from the prisoner's mouth. Taking advantage of a gap, Prison Dragon reached out his hand and pushed hard towards Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, a strong thrust rushed toward Jian Wushuang, as if heaven and earth were repelling him, pushing Jian Wushuang away fiercely. The next moment, Prison Dragon supported the ground with both hands and pulled his head out of the deep pit. I saw him at this moment. He was miserable. The whole face was covered with blood. The sword intention of Jian Shuang continued to explode between 5 fingers, covering his entire face with sword marks. Prison Dragon gasped heavily, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, smirking lowly. Is this the feeling of injury? It's really getting me excited. He didn't wait for him to finish. He had already stepped on his right foot and shot like a cannonball. His right hand condensed into a fist and smashed again towards the sword, unparalleled. On his arm, the dark dragon scales began to cover. The whole void air is distorted by this punch. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, and his right hand made a stroke on Wu Cry Excalibur, and he also raised his sword to kill the prisoner dragon. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and they fought against each other in an instant, hitting the ground for 9 days, and hitting the ground for 9 days. Every time the two of them fought, the void was constantly shaking. The entire 18 cities were like being plagued by apocalyptic disasters. The area was 1,000,000 miles away. Is this still the battle between the ultimate masters? The blood god looked at this scene, and there was a horror flash on his face. Just standing on the edge of Jian Wushuang's battle with the prisoner dragon, he could feel the violent coercion from the two, and he stepped back. Chapter 4292. The second is here. Jian Wushuang, go and die, go and die! Prisoner Long grinned, sparks of excitement flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth suddenly cracked. 2 rows of cold teeth were exposed, and he bit in a blast at Jian Wushuang. Boom! At this moment, the prison dragon seemed to turn into a black dragon, exuding endless dragon power. A stinky wind came out from the prisoner's mouth. The sword ons flickered in Jian Wu's eyes, and he split a few open sky swordsman's hands, splitting the giant mouth that the prisoner pressed down. The prisoner yelled, his white pupils twisted, and then he laughed loudly. Sword Wushuang, is this your strength after the breakthrough? I don't think so. He stretched out his palm far away, bending his 5 fingers slightly, as if holding Sword Wushu in his palm. Absolute gravity. With these words falling, like this side of the world, all fell into the hands of the prisoner dragon, turning into an exclusive control of the kingdom. Rumble. The prisoner's 5 fingers clenched slowly, and at once countless mountains and lakes were moved and squeezed towards the sword, unparalleled. Wu Jian saw this. His pupils could not help shrinking slightly. 10,000 years ago, he died on the technique of prisoner dragon. This time this technique reappears, compared with the last time when the sword was unparalleled. The squeezing gravity is much stronger, as if the whole world is directed at Jian Wushuang. The force of the violent world wants to squeeze Jian Wushuang into a meat sauce. Is it similar to the heavenly art of thinking about the kingdom of God? Jian Wushuang's thoughts flashed wildly. He could feel that all the surrounding void had been transformed into the realm of the prisoner dragon. Under this squeezing gravity, he felt that both legs were poured like molten iron and became extremely heavy, and even moving one step seemed extremely difficult. Ha ha ha! Sword unparalleled. This is the realm of the realm that I realized when I was still in the supreme divine realm. Feel it. The prisoner dragon laughed wildly. His eyes sparked with excitement. At this moment, a few light beams swept from a distance. Xian Guang fell, transforming into a figure of Overlord, Zhu Xingxingzi, and other figures. The leader of Shaoshan is also mixed in it. Not good. The situation of Jian Wushuang is not good. I will help him quickly. When the Overlord's face changed, even if he wanted to do something, he would help Jian Wushuang. It is rumored that this prisoner dragon was the supreme divine realm. Due to the failure to compete for the crown prince of the dragon tribe, he was deprived of the supreme divine realm, fell into the ultimate dominion, and was expelled by the dragon exile. Although Sword Wushuang is strong, but faces a supreme, after all, it's a little worse. Jiu Xingxingzi and Mo Luohuang looked at each other. Their faces were equally dignified. I was just when the three of them planned to make a joint shot and blocked the prisoner dragon 1 or 2 for the sword unparalleled. The leader of Shaoshan was looking at Jian Wushuang, and she said in a deep voice, "Master Overlord, Lord Sun, Master of the clan, please believe in Jian Wushuang. This is his own battle. I think he should not want others to intervene." But the Overlord frowned and wanted to say more. I saw the leader of Shaoshan smile with a smile and said, "Master Overlord, believe in sword unparalleled. I know him. He is a man who can create miracles." After hearing the words, the Overlord was ready to step out and slowly closed it back. "Shake the mountain, you're right. This is his battle." Facing Wanjin's gravity, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and had to say that Prison Dragon was the most powerful among the ultimate masters he had ever seen. Even if it was the king of 9 calamities when he was in the ultimate mastery, his sense of oppression is not comparable to the current Prison Dragon. Of course, this is also the reason why Jiu Jia Wang never really shot at him. If Jian Wushuang has not yet broken through the ultimate realm, maybe it has really fallen today, but the current Sword Wushuang is invincible in the ultimate dominated realm. God body now. Jian Wushuang spit out 3 words. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's deities began to skyrocket. A round of Xian Hui surrounded him, countless nebulae rising from the soles of his feet, and a force from the deepest part of his soul burst out. For 1 mile, 2 li, 3 li 50,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 70,000 miles. In a blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang turned into a chaotic giant standing 70,000 miles tall, with the sky above his head and a foot on the ground, looking at the sun like a projectile and the galaxy like a bathtub. It seems that as soon as he raises his hand, he can break the universe and step on his feet to teach Shenzhou Shen. However, this is not the end. His body is still skyrocketing. 80,000 miles. 90,000 miles. It was only when the sword's deity's body soared to 98,000 miles that it stopped slowly growing. At this moment, the sword is unparalleled, and the cheeks are covered by the endless fairy nebula. It is unrealistic, like a demon in chaos and like an ancient fairy king. In one breath, a thunderous thunder and a space storm are raised. Under the body of the sword warrior's 98,000 miles, the weight was almost insignificant, just like a string. Trying to bind the mammoth giant, it would not have any effect. The next moment, Jian Wushuang calmly said, "Yong Yi." How? The weeping Excalibur instantly disappeared and became invisible, turned into countless thick black mist, and rushed towards the prison dragon. Time and space seemed to stagnate at this rate. "What is this?" The prisoner whispered a low voice. He was not surprised at the sword-like 98,000 miles body. As one of the strongest races in the universe, the dragon race's former successor candidate has a wealth of knowledge and naturally knows special creatures. Can open the body. I was just confused by the tide and black mist that kept coming to him. This black mist was clearly visible, but could not be touched. But no matter how he blasted out the magical power, he wanted to break the constant black mist. But the magical power that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth was straight from these dark powers. The fog passed through. Next moment, these black mists came straight to him, weaved together to form a dark ball which wrapped him in it. The world in front of him changed dramatically in the blink of an eye. Jianwushuang disappeared. The 18th city disappeared. And what he could sense and see could be the deepest eternal darkness. A deprived force slowly crawled towards him, as if in the dark, with both hands, began to deprive him of everything that belonged to him. His cultivation, his strength, his longevity, and even the blood of his dragon. Under this deprived power, his breath gradually began to languish. At this moment, even the outside world can feel that the breath of life belonging to the prison dragon is gradually weakening. Is prison dragon finally dead? He smiled on the faces of everyone, congratulating them. Jian Wushuang, who stands above 9 days and is shrouded in countless fairy hui nebulae, makes people's faces invisible but expressionless. He could feel that a horror that was enough to make the world tremble in 9 days and 10, and the surrender of all the nations, was rising in the kingdom of the night. Starting 1 Omega Omega Omega. Kai 1Z. See, that is the dragon, the purest breath. Take a dragon and start to really wake up. Chapter 4293. The first is here. Tirit. I saw a sound like glass shattering inside the black ball. On the surface of the black ball, a crack gradually opened. A breath of terror that could not be described in any words gradually rose up. What happened? This breath. This is the breath of the dragons. Long Wei. This is the dragon clan, the most pure Long Wei. Yi Baoan, Ju Xingxingzi, and others, before the smile on their faces had faded, they suddenly solidified on their faces, and they were all replaced by shock. Ha! Finally, after a loud bang, soared unparalleled eternal kingdom, shattered. I am so black and long, like a giant mountain, like a dragon, soaring into the sky. The dragon's body was covered with palm-sized scales. The scales exudes a dark luster. There are dark clouds entangled between the 5 claws, and the 2 dragon horns are branched off like a piercing sky. Sword curved sharp. Weeping sword flew backwards, was held in the hand by the sword, and the sword trembled for a while. The sword was expressionless and expressionless, looking up at the dark dragon. The 9 dragons, one of the strongest races in the universe, was born to be the rule's realm. Faced with people of other races, it has inherent blood suppression. Jian Wushuang, you are the first person to force this seat to use the body. You should be proud. Prison Dragon's eyes were indifferent, slightly twisting the huge body in the clouds. Looking at Jian Wushuang, said coldly. After finishing speaking, the 5 dragon claws of the prisoner stepped in the void and immediately slammed into the sword, unparalleled. After this collision, the speed was extremely fast, and the void was directly drawn out a horrible burst of sound. Jianshou twisted his neck and stretched out the big hand covering the sky. 5 fingers like the mountains condensed into a fist and also smashed towards the prison dragon. The prisoner dragon and sword are unparalleled. One is 10,000 feet long, the other is as high as 98,000 miles, and under a collision, the entire 18th city suddenly seems to be caught in a doomsday madness and shakes frantically. Countless palaces and halls collapsed, and countless grounds opened up. In this place, the entire 18th city seemed to become a chaos, with violent divine power and coercion spreading unbridled, destroying the site wherever it went. Too strong. Is this still the battle between the ultimate masters? Also the ultimate master. But I waited in such a fight, even without qualification to intervene. Puppet King, Zhu Xingxingzi, and others all looked up at this scene and were astonished. Even the Blood Sun is stunned, his throat rolling for a while. As the former 9 giants, the top arrogant in the universe, they stood at the pinnacle of dominating this realm. But at this moment they were all horrified. Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon fought far more than they understood. Category, compared to the 4 words of Supreme, emerged in their minds. Whether it is Jian Wushuang or Prison Dragon, although it is the ultimate dominating realm, it has absolute strength comparable to the Supreme. One is a dragon family who fell from the supreme state of God, and the other is a special life with a perfect level of chaotic creatures. Such a battle is rare in the world. The 2 men, Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon, continued to collide over 9 days. Each collision was a blast of air. If the 2 were not in the ancient sky, they were fighting like this in the universe, afraid of 1 star. Domain will be blown. Sword unparalleled, you will die today. The prisoner yelled. The 5 claws were like 5 sharp swords, directly penetrating the sky and grabbing at the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, Jian Wu's eyes flashed with murder. He knew that only one of them could survive today. Prisoner, it's you who is going to die today. Jian Wushou grabbed his backhand and directly grasped Bai Shan. A rolling mountain range was lifted between the 5 fingers, containing the surging divine power, and smashed into the prisoner's head severely. Under the battle between the 2, they are a few steps back. Every step they took, the 18th city trembled like an earthquake. The buildings in the 18th city have all disappeared. Millions of miles across are ruins. Talented power, long way. The prisoner dragon opened his mouth and snarled. And suddenly, a mighty coercion came from the depths of the bloodline, and came suddenly. The 9 dragons, also known as the heads of thousands of nations, face innate repression against other universes. Under this coercion, even the distant overlord, Zhu Xingxingzi, and others felt that they wanted to bow down and bow their heads towards the prisoner dragon. Is this the power of the dragon race? Overlord and others narrowed their pupils. Wu Jianshou snorted coldly and said the same. The talent is amazing. The life is shocking. A force from the deepest part of the soul suddenly centered on Jian Wushuang, spreading around. This is also the power of coercion. Under this coercion, time and space seem to freeze up. The next moment, the coercion of the prisoner's dragon family and the sword courage of the perfect layer of chaotic creatures from Jian Wushuang suddenly collided together. Although these 2 coercive pressures are invisible, at this time they seem to have condensed into substance, turning into 2 opposing gas fields, constantly squeezing and colliding. In the void, there was an unpleasant friction sound. Immediately, everyone saw that the coercion of the dragon family, which belongs to the prisoner dragon, turned out to be repressive step by step. How strong is the pressure of the dragon family? How can it hold the perfect chaotic creature? Under the shock of Jian Wushuang's life, Prison Dragon felt for the first time that the blood in his body felt a sense of submission. That is, from the higher life overlooking the lower life. Prisoner Dragon, I said, you died today. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The voice fell. The sword stepped without a step, and 2 big hands grabbed at the same time, directly grasping the dragon tail of the prisoner dragon in a most primitive and brutal, but also the most domineering gesture smashed crazy. The thousands of long prisoners of dragons were caught in the hands of the sword unparalleled, and the competition was like a loach without any resistance. With the roar of the prisoner dragon, a golden dragon's blood spilled from the air. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but stunned. Sword warriors! A deafening roar made by the prisoner dragon was actually a wild quake, and he broke free from the sword without hands. Immediately, his 5 claws stepped from the ground, pulling away from Jian Wushuang, staring deadly at Jian Wushuang. A pair of huge eyes, no other emotions, all turned into madness and violence. Mystery, pillar of fire dragon, breath of destruction! The prisoner yelled and opened his mouth to spit out the burning syrup. This syrup is terrifying to the extreme. Just a dripping spark. It directly burns a bottomless pit in the ground. Chapter 40, 294. Second more, at the same time. In the 10th city Lord Lan is located. The blue adult in blue, with a blue veil on his face, was carrying his hand, his beautiful eyes narrowed, and he looked toward the sky far away, as if her gaze directly penetrated the entire ancient road of the starry sky, and saw the 2 men who were fighting and Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon. Interesting. There was a smile on Master Lan's face covered by the veil, and he said to himself, "Master, this time I can find you 2 good seedlings." After speaking, there was a touch of groaning in Lord Lan's eyes, a wave of his right hand, and a black light mirror appeared in her hand. The black mirror rose in the wind and shot straight towards the 18th city. In such a war, all the nations of the universe should observe it together. A faint utterance came from her mouth. Next moment, in the depths of the universe, no matter whether it is the Taishu Temple, the Great Sun God Kingdom, the Great Foam Kingdom, or the Life Temple, all the high-altitude forces appear in the sky. In the picture, there is a giant like a chaos demon and a dragon covering the sun and the sky. They are constantly fighting. The sky is falling apart, and the sun and the moon are shattering. These 2 people are impressively swordsmen and prisoner. Taishu Temple. The Emperor Bingyu was sitting on the throne. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He stepped down and appeared in the middle of the Taishu Temple, instantly. I saw there was a twist in the void, and then a battle picture appeared. Sword unparalleled. Bingyu Temple shook his eyes, and there was a coldness in his eyes. Did you actually use the body of the prison dragon? It's no wonder that the Temple of Life valued him so much, even at the expense of my 2 virtual temple. If this son does not die, he will suffer later. Inside the Temple of Life, Supreme Bloodwave and Supreme Axe, including the Supreme, also invariably raised their heads and looked into the void. The pictures about the battle between the prisoner dragon and sword unparalleled also passed to the Temple of Life. Bloodwave Supreme looked at Jian Wushuang, who was suppressing the prisoner dragon with a smile on his face. Big Axe, this little guy has become a lot stronger. He smiled sideways at the great axe. The Supreme Axe looked up at the scene, and when he heard the words, he nodded softly and laughed heartily. Blood, I see the current sword unparalleled, which is stronger than the 9 kings who originally dominated the realm. A few points. Bloodwave Supreme did not answer, but in his heart he passed a touch of identification. In the entire Palace of Life, only he knew that the King of 9 Calamities was a special life with perfect levels, and the sword was unparalleled, but beyond the perfect level. Life. Big Axe, it seems that the 2 of our old guys have to work harder, or they will be surpassed by these younger generations sooner or later. Bloodwave Supreme laughed. Ha ha ha, isn't that okay? Giant Axe laughed, and Gafu Supreme, who sat in the void, didn't say a word, but after raising his eyelids and glancing at the battle picture, the old face with the same expression for a long time appeared to smile. The deepest part of the universe, Diwu Shrine, is located. They also received the battle pictures of Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon. At this moment, in a large hall, the halls of Diwu Temple are staring at Jian Wushuang, with an ugly expression. In the first place in the hall, a majestic middle-aged man wearing a black gold crown and wearing a black gold dragon suit glanced coldly at the eye of the cadre and asked, "When did this sword Wushuang come out? Why isn't this seat known?" The hall is supreme and nothing is said. It was not until a long time ago that I saw a supreme man in black. He hesitated and said, "Master Hui Huijian, I had met this man when he was in the 9 Dragon Star Wars, but this person is still in the 3rd level of fashion. He is dominated and low in strength. He did not expect that he would have reached this stage in just tens of thousands of years." "Oh." The owner of Diwu Temple narrowed his eyes, then asked indifferently, "Extreme Black Hawk, why didn't you kill him in the first place?" Hearing the words, the Black Eagle expressed a resentment on his face and said, "Master Jian, when I was about to kill this man, the king of Juding Pavilion shot and rescued him." The heartbeat of Judy Pavilion? The main voice of the main hall of Diwu Temple said to himself. A coldness flashed in his eyes. After a long time, the master of Diwu Temple fell on the Black Eagle supremely. His voice said coldly, "Black Eagle, now this seat makes you immediately rush to the gate of the ancient road that dominates the sky. Once the sword is unmatched, you will kill him. In the Palace of Life, there has been a king of 9 calamities, but another king of 9 calamities must not be allowed to appear. Otherwise, my Diwu shrine will soon be a disaster. You understand." The Black Hawk looked at the cold eyes of the master of the Diwu Temple, and his heart suddenly became cold, and he quickly arched back and said, "I understand." The words fell, and the Black Eagle Extreme didn't dare to delay. As soon as he stepped, he left the Diwu Temple and blasted towards the starry sky. Inside the Diwu Temple, it became silent. The master of Diwu Temple raised his head again, looked at the sword Wushuang in the battle picture, and there was a flash of killing in his eyes. Shinkong Ancient Road, the 18th city. This is the dragon's pulse of Yanlong, the strongest supernatural power. If I guess correctly, the prisoner dragon should belong to the dragon's veins. The sword is troublesome. This devouring breath is the killer of Yanlong. I have read the record that a supreme Yanlong of the dragon family, under one breath, directly brings 10 large star fields with hundreds of millions of souls. It turned into ashes. Overlord and others stared at Prison Dragon and whispered their faces were filled with anxiety for Jian Wushuang. How Emperor clenched his fists. A heart even mentioned his throat. Master Bloodsword will be fine. Definitely not. He kept telling himself like this in his heart. Over 9 days. Jian Wushuang, you are really strong, but this is the strongest master that this seat has ever seen in all ages. Even if this seat is still in the supreme divine realm, it will be tricky if I meet you. A sigh of admiration emanated from the prisoner's mouth, but the coldness in his eyes did not decrease by half, but grew colder. He knew that if Jian Wushuang was immortal this time, it would be him next time. Countless syrups poured from the deepest part of his body, and then condensed in his mouth. It's just a pity that you met me. Okay, let's die for swordsman. Mystery, pillar of fire dragon. Breath of destruction. Boom! A line of fire that ran through heaven and earth and destroyed the world's pillar of fire burst out from his mouth. This pillar of horror was extremely horrible, and the smell of destruction was enough to make the world tremble and chaos boil. This is the last magical power of Prison Dragon, and it is also the best killing trick he prepared for the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang's black hair flew, and the whole face was reddened by the firelight. He watched this sweeping the sky, destroying the raging pillars of the world, and the divine body began to shrink until it returned to normal appearance. Next moment, his 5 knuckle fingers, holding the hilt of Wu Weapon's Excalibur, calmly spoke. Prisoner Dragon, for nearly 10,000 years, I have specially prepared a sword for you. This sword, you are optimistic. The name of this sword is Breaking Dawn. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival today. Chapter 40, 295. The first is more, laugh. A little bit of golden light appeared. When the sword Wu Shuang's voice fell, I saw the Wu weapon sword in Jian Wu's hands slammed upward. At the same time, he and Wu weapon sword turned into a golden sky at the same time, rushing towards the gushing flame. The speed of this golden light was extremely fast. Like the same lightning, it divided the sky into two sides and hit it on the pillar of flame. Can't use any words to describe the horror of this sword, the pillar of destruction that exudes the scent of destruction. After encountering this golden light, it was broken directly from the middle, like a sword-stabbed tofu. Fengrui, there is no other special place in this sword, only the sharp edge that cuts off the heavens and the earth. If Yongya is the deprivation hidden behind the darkness, then this sword is crushed and crushed from the front. In the void there were sounds of howling. Overlord, Zhu Xingzi and others felt the dazzling golden light, and they all couldn't help violently retreating backward, and reached out and covered their eyes. At this moment, under the dazzling golden light, the sun hanging over 9 days seemed to dim. With a muffled sound, the Tongtian Yanju was completely separated by the sea, breaking as many as possible. How is that possible? Prison Dragon's pupils shrank, and for the first time an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. However, he hadn't waited for his response. The golden light flashed past his neck like a golden lightning. Behind the prisoner dragon, Jin Guang, the sword warrior, turned into a halt. Then Guang Hua disperse, revealing his black hair and his expressionless sword warrior. The fierce squall wind, the sword Wu Shuang in black and black hair hunting, the sword Wu Shuang expression indifferent, turned slowly. The crowd looked at this scene and couldn't help it. Seems like nothing happened. Just then, roar! The prison dragon issued a fierce roar, and at his neck, a bloodline suddenly emerged, and endless dragon blood spewed out. Dang! The whole faucet slammed. This sword directly slashed the head of the prison dragon. This is not the end. The sky and the earth began to tremble violently. Rumble. In the horrified eyes of everyone, I saw that the earth and the sky were beginning to split. A huge sword mark gradually emerged. Under this sword mark, the entire 18th city, 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers, are penetrated by a sword mark, divided into two sides. Breaking a sword not only cut off the prisoner's head, but also split the 18 cities into two sides. Destroy the city with one sword. Hiss! There's a sound of breathless breath. Overlord, Zhu Xingsun, and others were all shocked and shocked. Only the master who stays in the ancient sky can know what concept can create such a terrible power with one sword. This sword is enough to kill any ultimate master in the world, said the overlord, Xin Sheng. He is a rare immortal tyrant in ancient times, and his defense is amazing. Even if he had a battle with the prisoner dragon at first, relying on the power of the immortal fighter body, the prisoner dragon would take him at 1:30 without using the killer. No way. But now he is absolutely certain that even if he tied 10 together, he couldn't stand the sword. The blood sun, already hurricane, fled madly for fear that Jian Wushuang will settle accounts with him after the fall. At this moment, it is not only inside the ancient sky, including the starry sky, countless top powers watching this battle. All of them have skyrocketed in their eyes, with a stun in their mouths. This sword is enough to match the Supreme, said Bloodwave Supreme and Great Axe Extreme. Even Governance uttered a look of surprise on his face. This sword, somewhat familiar. Immediately, Gab Supreme seemed to remember something, and his eyes flashed thoughtfully. Within the solar star field. This is the habitat of the Jinwu tribe. The battle of Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon is also shown here. Emperor Jinwu had a somber expression, clenched his fists tightly and said nothing. Suddenly a low, majestic voice sounded behind him. Liner, don't bother to find this person anymore. He is not your enemy. Emperor Jinwu heard this and quickly turned around and arched. Father! The person who spoke just now is the Emperor Jinwu. Well, this child's climate has been formed. With this sword, we can see that if this child has not fallen unexpectedly, he will have a place among the people at the peak of the universe in the future. The low and majestic voice passed again. Come. But the child almost died in his hands. If this revenge is not reported, the child will not be reconciled. The Emperor Jinwu clenched his fists, and there was a dare of struggle in his eyes, and he bit his teeth and returned. Stupid! You are the son of Emperor Wu Jinwu. There is no such thing as energy structure. What has happened? The Emperor Jinwu gave a cold hum and continued to whisper. Of course, you don't need to be afraid of him, as long as you don't deliberately offend and provoke him. After all, you are the emperor of the Jinwu family, and you cannot lose your identity. Z dare to provoke you. Huh, as long as I live, no one in this world will deceive you. Baby. I see. Emperor Jinwu took a deep breath. A flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes, bowed his head, and replied with respect. Well, pick it up and put it down. That's the attitude of the Jinwu Emperor. Emperor Jinwu's eyes flashed a sigh of relief, and then the words turned sharply and said lightly, Keep watching. The group of dragons are probably unable to sit still. Starry Sky, Ancient Road. The prisoner's head was cut off by Jian Wushuang Yijin. When it didn't die easily, the dark golden dragon blood kept pouring out of his mouth. He stared at Jian Wushuang without saying a word. I, prisoner dragon, I said, you died today is not me. My sword, Wushuang talked and said. Jian Wushuang stepped down from the air step by step, looked down at the prisoner dragon, said indifferently. The prisoner stared at Jian Wushuang, and when he heard the words, suddenly smiled. There was a strange look in his eyes. Jian Wushuang, believe it or not, you can't kill me. Is it? Jian Wushuang's expression was dull, holding Wu weapon sword backwards, walking towards him step by step. Countless divine powers, beginning with no hands, condensed in the sword. You don't believe it? The prisoner laughed lowly and shook his head and said, Swords are unparalleled, you want to understand. We dragons can only be killed by the dragons and buried in the tombs of the dragons, even if I am expelled from the dragons. Will change. The sword is expressionless and double-sided. Raising his arms, Wu Wei's Excalibur severely cuts off the prisoner's head. Ding! However, at this moment, a huge resistance came out from the prison dragon. Chapter 40, 296. Second more. Under the resistance, Wu crying Excalibur in the hands of the sword seemed to be chopped on an invisible wall, and could not fall in the slightest. Jian Wushuang, I said, you can't kill me. There was a hint of irony on the prisoner's face and a fearless smile. Next moment, then he saw a huge false image that emerged from behind him. This phantom is wearing black armor, and the black armor has a mysterious pattern. The shoulder is formed by 2 dragon claws, which is actually the head of the dragon. The expression of this dark shadow was indifferent, and he slightly glanced at Jian Wushuang and said indifferently, Human, I am the Dragon 9 Enforcer Longjiu. People of the Dragon Nation must be handed over to the 9 Dragon Nation. I will limit your time for this time. Inside, the prisoner dragon will be sent out of the ancient starry sky. Our dragon family will send someone to pick up the prisoner dragon and bring him back to the dragon family. Dragon Enforcer? Jian Wushuang's eyes froze, and as if he was oblivious, the magical power of Wu, crying sword in his hand, poured in madly. And then he was pressed inch by inch towards the prisoner's skull. Click, click. In a moment, there was an overwhelming sound in the void above the prisoner's head, similar to the sound of glass breaking. Suddenly, the faces of the prisoner dragon and that dragon law enforcer changed. Human being, I'm talking to you, haven't you heard? The ghost of the dragon enforcer narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were filled with fierce coldness. Noise! Jian Wushuang sneered coldly, and Wu weapon in his hand continued to stab towards the prisoner's head. Presumptuous! Human, are you challenging my majesty now? Are you provoking the majesty of the dragons? Seeing this, the dragon enforcer was extremely furious and opened his mouth sharply and scolded. I finally give you 3 breaths now. Now, immediately, stop the action in your hand. Then send the prisoner dragon out of the ancient road to the sky. Obediently my dragons come to impose sanctions. Otherwise, all consequences are at your own risk. 3, 2. You are too noisy. Without waiting for him to finish, Jian Wushuang directly backhanded a sword and shattered the phantom of this dragon enforcer. Mo said that you are just a shadow of consciousness, and do NT have any divine power? Even if you are in person, you CA and T stop the person who I want to kill. Jian Wushuang sneered and turned over in his hands, with a weeping Excalibur stabbed at the head of the prison dragon again, fiercely. Prisoner, you will die today. This time, the prisoner's face finally changed greatly. Jian Wushuang, hurry up. Do you know what you are doing now? Prison dragon added angrily. Jian Wushuang heard the words, a radiance of curvaceousness evoked in the corners of his mouth, and said lightly, Are you afraid now? The prisoner's expression was iron blue to the extreme, and he heard the words and said, Sword is unparalleled. Do you know what will happen to you if you kill me? That dragon law enforcer represents the majesty of the dragon, and you confuse his consciousness. The shadow is broken. The dragon will never let you go, and absolutely allow someone who provoked the dragon to survive. After a pause, prison dragon's face slowly eased and continued, For the sake of today, you will have a chance to live only if you let me go. I promise that when I return to the Dragon Clan, I can say a few words for you. How is it? Nothing. Jian Wushuang chuckled a little laugh, and then hesitated again. The Wu crying sword in his hand was severely stabbed and inserted into the prisoner's skull. Roar! With the painful roar of the prisoner dragon, he began to struggle violently, banging wildly around. Jian Wushuang held the hilt of his sword with both hands and inserted it into the Wu crying sword of the prison dragon's head. A sharp sword force continued to explode, depriving the dragon's own power in the prison dragon's body. Just shredded, countless dragon blood splashed on Jian Wushuang's face. Jian Wushuang did not react at all. Facing the sorrow of the prisoner dragon, his heart was indifferent to the extreme. Overlord, Zhu Xingxingzi and others watched this scene and were scared long ago. His lips trembled and said, Slaying dragons! Jian Wushuang is slaughtering dragons. I don't know how many years have never flowed out of the universe. Who dares to kill the dragons? This is the dragon family. The people of the dragon family are put under the control of the dragon family. This is the rule set at the beginning of the universe. Jian Wushuang dare to break this rule. Even if it is too virtual temple to deal with the prisoner dragon, it is only to suppress it without killing him. The consideration is the reaction of the dragon race. Now, Jian Wushuang first crushed the phantom of the dragon law enforcer and slaughtered the prisoner dragon. Not only are overlords and others being scared silly, even at this moment in the universe and the top powers looking at this scene, all eyes flash to the extreme. Well, this sword is unparalleled, really stupid. In the Taishu Temple, Bingyu Supreme snorted, and his heart had already been sentenced to death for Jian Wushuang. Dragons have inverse scales, and they die immediately. The dragon's inverse scale is his high majesty. Whoever dares to challenge the majesty of the dragons must be prepared to die. In the temple of Diwu, the owner of the temple wearing a black gold crown and a purple gold robe also had a smile on his face. It is unforgivable to commit evil in the sky, and it is impossible to live in evil doing. Now it seems that without my Diwu shrine, this little guy in the temple of life will already die. Suddenly, throughout the universe, there was a discussion about Jian Wushuang slaying and slaughtering dragons. Someone sneered, and Jian Wushuang was arrogant and motivated. Others are sighing. If Jian Wushuang releases the prisoner dragon, relying on the behavior of the prisoner dragon. The dragons themselves will not let the prisoner off easily. However, Jian Wushuang took himself up. There was a hearty laugh in the Temple of Life alone. Ha 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 ha, this little guy doesn't even give the dragon's face. It's really different from ordinary people. I really like him more and more. Blood Wave Supreme laughed indifferently. However, the giant axe seemed to be a little worried, and he said, Blood Waves. In this way, I am afraid that the dragons will not let the sword unparalleled easily. Blood Wave Supreme heard the words, his eyes narrowed, and sneered. Jiang Wushuang is a person in the palace of my life, and he is also a half-disciple of this seat. If the dragon family finds trouble for him, my blood wave will take care of him, yes. Why fear? The giant axe heard a bitter smile and shook his head and said nothing more. In the universe, discussions about Jian Wushuang have been one after another, and in Shinkong Ancient Road, the 18th city, as the sword of Wu weaponed sword continued to erupt in the skull of the prisoner without hands, finally, the struggle of the prisoner gradually became smaller. At the last moment he was about to die, the prisoner's face was no longer struggling, but instead stared at Jian Wushuang. He said viciously, The sword is unparalleled. It doesn't matter if the seat is dead. Don't worry, it won't be long before you will come down to accompany me. Huh! With a bang, the prisoner's body completely collapsed, starting from the tail of the dragon, dissipating inch by inch. Chapter 4297. The first is more. The prisoner is dead. Under the eyes of everyone, the body of the prisoner's dragon completely collapsed, starting from the tail of the dragon, dissipating inch by inch, and finally like a sand painting brushed by the wind, turning into dust and dissipating in the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the entire ancient sky turned into a dead silence, leaving only a heavy, panting sound. Everyone looked up, staring blankly at the black figure standing in the void. He was indifferent, holding a sword in his right hand, and his brow face was so cold that he could not see joy and sorrow, but it was such an ordinary skinny figure. But now in their eyes it looked like a Lingqin, brilliant visually. There are many invincible in the universe, but only at this moment, both sides of the sword can be called true invincible. I knew that he can always do miracles. Leader Sheikh Mountain exhaled a long breath. It wasn't until the prisoner's death that his heart really fell. How Emperor dominated his face with excitement. His clenched fist loosened and held it, and the Lord Blood Sword was always the same Lord Blood Sword, never disappointing. Laugh. Along with the death of the prisoner dragon, a Qinkuan ring was also broken. Among them, countless treasures broke out, and the most conspicuous was dozens of sealed monuments. The sword's eyes flickered, and the countless gods' source stones, as well as dozens of sealed monuments, were collected into the ring. Immediately, Jian Wushuang stepped down from the void. When he flung his sleeves, the two black chains interspersed in the shoulder blades of How Ember dominated them, and all of them were broken immediately. Before the How Ember dominated off the stone frame, there was an invisible force to lift him up. Thank you, Lord Blood Sword. How Emperor dominated his body and shivered. His eyes could not help a flush. No one knows how much he has been tortured in the past 10,000 years. The feeling that the body is constantly being crushed and reorganized, and the soul is burned by flames. If it were changed to another person, it would have collapsed long ago. The reason why he persisted for so long was that Jian Wushuang sent a word to his brain before he died. Wait for me. Because of these short words, he waited for Sword Wushuang for 10,000 years. Finally, he waited for Jian Wushuang. You don't have to call me Lord Bloodsword. Just call me Sword Wushuang. Sword Wushuang looked at How Emperor with an apology in his eyes. If it was not for his own reasons, How Ember would not have flew into trouble and was tortured by the prison dragon so long the next moment. Jian Wushuang's right hand rested on the shoulder of How Emperor's dominator. A gentle divine power followed the right hand of Jian Wushuang and poured into How Ember's dominion. He would heal his wounds and restore his power. How Ember, from now on, in this ancient starry sky, as long as I am there, you will not be bullied any more. Thank you, Blood Sword Master. How Emperor slumped down on his knees, grateful. Jian Wushuang shook his head. It is estimated that How Emperor could not change his mouth for a while, and he didn't force it. He turned to the king and said, "Come here. I want to reset the order in the ancient sky." Yes. Overlords Jiu Xingxingzi and Ma Luo Shao, Patriarch, heard the words and looked at each other with a bit of embarrassment in their hearts. Today, Jian Wushuang's strength is enough to sweep the entire starry sky alone, and no one can balance him. Jian Wushuang already asked the first person in the ancient road of the sky. If Jian Wushuang wanted to kill them like a prisoner, they wouldn't have halfway. I hope the sword is unparalleled. It won't be the second prison dragon. Overlord and Jiuxing, Xingzi, all sighed in their hearts, within the forces of the universe. As Jian Wushuang slayed the prisoner dragon, the picture reflected on the void suddenly came to an end. In a hurry, the entire universe is in an uproar. The sword Wushuang has a complete reputation and sensation throughout the universe. Everyone knows that in the realm of ultimate domination, there is a remarkable character. At this moment, the Temple of Life was boiling. Jian Wushuang slayed the prisoner dragon, sealed the gods in World War I. Jian Wushuang asked the first person who dominated Xingkong Ancient Road, and no one can check and balance. Since ancient times, the dragon slayers in the same realm have only one sword. Jian Wushuang, who will become the second person to dominate the realm after the 9 kings. The disciples of the Shrine of Life are all excited to the extreme, and they are running around to tell each other. The Temple of Life, which is one of the top forces in the universe, has been silent for too long and too long. But this time, the Supreme of the Blood Wave and the Great Axe first killed the Taishan Temple, and informed the entire universe that all disciples of the Temple of Life would not allow disgrace. After the sword Wushuang slaughtered the dragon successfully, asked the first person in the ancient road of Xingkong. They felt the power of the Shrine of Life like never before. How lucky and honorable! These 8 words are deeply imprinted in the minds of every disciple in the Temple of Life. At the moment within the 6th mountain, the frost-like frost that just passed the gate looked at the high-altitude disciples of Life Shrine and found that they were all excited. They could not help but frown and stopped a shrine disciple, wondering, "Dare ask what happened in the shrine?" Everyone was so excited. The apprentice of the Shrine of Life heard that the eyes turned. The news of the sword's death was unveiled some time ago, and the blockade was ordered by the Supreme Master of Blood. Now the sword has returned without double life and asks the ancient's first person on the road, "Should I be able to say it?" After clearing his throat, the disciple of the Shrine of Life shouted in congratulations, "Ma'am, you don't know. Your husband is unparalleled. And now, he is the first person in Xingkong Ancient Road." Okay. Lung Wushuang frowned, his heart darkened, and it seemed that he had missed many things during the period of retreat. Immediately she asked, "Could you tell me this in detail, brother?" Of course. The battle about Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon began to spread out at an extremely fast speed to all parts of the universe. For a while, all parts of the universe were full of discussions about Jian Wushuang. For those who have good things, Jian Wushuang is under the supremacy and dominates, at this moment, in a lonely star field in the universe. This star domain name is a virtual wind star domain, and it is not ranked in the major star domains in the universe. Resources in the star domain are scarce. Few strong people are willing to stay. The highest one is the ultimate master. In the virtual wind star domain, the largest astral realm is in the Sanyang astral realm. A mountain peak towers into the clouds, and its top is surrounded by clouds and mist all year round. There has been a rumor in the mountain astral world that there are immortals living on this mountain peak. A young man with a good-looking face and a pretty playful young girl who was born with eccentric spirits were sitting on the edge of a mountain peak, shaking white tender and jade-like thin legs. If Jian Wushuang is here, they will recognize that these two people are in the ruins of Tai Luo, and the water which has had a relationship with him dominates his disciples. Chapter 4298. Second more. Sister Qingxi, are you thinking about that person again? Ran Gu sat next to her with a butt, glancing at her and said narrowly. Qingxi heard the words, and that pretty face could not help but suddenly became red. Angrily, "Brother, what are you talking about? Don't bullshit." She opened her teeth and danced like a bravery tiger. When Rangu saw this, he laughed suddenly. "I didn't say that person's name. How do you know who I'm talking about?" After saying that, he reached out and rubbed Kinx's hair and smiled and said, "Although we don't have much contact with the Bloodsword brothers, but I can see that he must be a Dragon Phoenix character. Why is it liking him? Shameless." After a pause, he continued, "Again, the Master has already said it, and is willing to find the Bloodsword brother for you." Qingxi heard that her face was flushed with red, without refuting it, but she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Rangu. The two jade hands squeezed the corners of the clothes tightly. At this moment, a ray of light came from the sky. Rangu and Qingxi quickly got up and stood up. "Master is back." Xian Guang dissipated, revealing the figure of an old man, who was the master of the water, which had swords and had no friendship in the ruins of Tai Luo. "Master, Sister Qingxi is thinking about that person again. Have you heard about the Bloodsword brothers?" Rangu said with a smile, "Master, don't listen to my brother talking nonsense." Qingxi gave Rangu a white look, but deep in his eyes, the color of expectation couldn't be hidden. However, today's master of the water, which has a strange expression, he looked at Qingxi with a complex look and slowly said, "Qingxi, stop on the matter of Bloodsword. You don't have to think about it." "What?" When Qingxi shuddered, he quickly raised his head and looked at the master of the water which dominated his expressionless face, and after speaking, he said nothing, striding past them. "Master, why?" Rangu's face was anxious, and she shouted towards the back of the water witch. Hearing the question, the water witch dominated. "No reason." The water witch master stepped into a compartment. Alas! The door of the compartment was closed tightly. Outside the room, Qingxi bit his lower lip, and a mist of water gradually poured into his eyes. Rangu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but at last she sighed, shook her head, and said no more. He knew that if Master said so, then there must be a reason for that. What they didn't know was, in the chamber, the water witch Dominator was looking through the window, looking at the two with his hands, with helpless expression. How could he say that if the situation was not enough? "Shao Shi, it's not the reason for the teacher, but the blood sword. It is really a big man like a dragon in the sky, not someone like me who can climb up high. Cut it out and pull it off for you soon." The news that Jian Wushuang beheaded and killed the prisoner dragon, like a tornado, scraped across every corner of the universe. Diwu Temple, Taishu Temple, Judy Pavilion. The major forces are all because of the movement of Jian Wushuang. According to rumors, Judy Pavilion has upgraded Jian Wushuang's treatment to Judy Pavilion to the highest level. The dragons that people are most looking forward to are unexpectedly silent. Everyone had predicted that the face-lost dragons would launch a stormy storm against Jian Wushuang. However, the dragons did not, as if nothing had happened. They did not mention the word Wushuang. But everyone knows that the more the dragons do, the more terrifying things are. As one of the strongest races in the universe, the dragon race is absolutely impossible to stop. The dragons are just brewing a shocking storm enough to shock the universe. At that time, this storm will not only be targeted at Jian Wushuang, including the Temple of Life behind the sword Wushuang, Supreme Blood Wave, etc., will not be spared. At the same time, in the deep sky of the ancient road, the 18th city, The 18th city, which had been turned into ruins, has gradually begun to recover under the protection of the rules. Inside a temple, the sword sat cross-legged and was silently packing what he had gained after beheading the prisoner dragon. There is no need to mention the magical medicine and the source stone of the universe. The prisoner dragon is the supreme divine realm of the dragon family, plus the plunder of the ancient road in the sky for 10,000 years. Calculation: there are no less than 1 billion stones in the universe alone. And the magical medicine and some top-notch arcane treasures are piled up like garbage. Regarding these things, Jian Wushuang didn't care about it. The treasures brought out by him in the Terra ruins were enough to make him use up for several chaos periods. No matter how many of these things, Jian Wushuang is just a number. It was the monument that made Jian Wushuang very tempted. In this 10,000-year period, Prison Dragon actually collected 85 Fengshen monuments. It can be said that, in addition to the Fengshen stele in the hands of Bawang, Jiuxing Xingzi, etc., all the others have been put into the hands of prisoners. Of course, now all of this naturally belongs to Jian Wushuang. The prisoner's search over the past 10,000 years has only made a wedding dress for Jian Wushuang. 85 Fengshen monuments, plus the 6 Fengshen monuments in my hands. I have 91 Fengshen monuments. It is not important whether or not to take them. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and there was a thought in his eyes. If nothing else, now it can also be said that his sword Wushuang has received the invitation letter for the Cosmopolitan event. All that is needed is time. Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang continued to search for the relics of the prison dragon. Soon, 2 treasures caught the sword's attention. One of them is a bronze ancient tripod without a foot. This bronze ancient tripod is square, and the tripod is covered with mysterious and obscure runes. The tripod that should have stood on 4 feet seems to have been cut off one by one, leaving only 3 legs. Quite incomplete. However, after Jian Wushuang's turbulent and strong divine power fell into this ancient tripod, it turned out to be like a stone ox entering the sea. He could not detect anything and could not distinguish the grade. You have to know that with the magic power of Jian Wushuang now, even the cosmic law of the ultimate powers, such as Wu Wei's divine sword, you can instantly find out the reality and control. The origin of this bronze ancient tripod is afraid of extraordinary sound. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. His eyes flashed with contemplation. It's just that what exactly this bronze ancient tripod is, we have to wait to verify it later. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang ignored the bronze ancient tripod for the time being, put it into the ring, and looked at the second thing that caught his attention. That is a black dragon token. Chapter 40, 299. The first is more. This is... Jian Wushuang picked up the token and narrowed his eyes to look. I saw on this token that the position of the handle was formed by a spread-out 9-fingered dragon claw, and the tip of the token was a huge dragon head, which was roaring and roaring. Although it was a carved dead object, it was invisible china gives people a sense of palpitations, as if there is a dragon devouring the sun and the moon, staring at Jian Wushuang stubbornly, forcing Jian Wushuang to release this token. Seeing the sword unparalleled, a snorting noise came from the nose, and the majestic divine power flowed out immediately, wiping out the breath left on this token by no one who knew it. Immediately, Jian Wushuang looked carefully at the token again. I saw the token, and a small line was engraved on it. The 5th generation of Yanlong Longhan. Is this the true name of the prisoner dragon? Jian Wushuang flashed a thoughtful look. As one of the oldest races in the universe, the dragon race has been breeding from the first ancestor dragon at the beginning of the universe. So far, it has spawned an unknown number of chaos ages. However, it is extremely difficult for the dragon race to have children. It is nothing but, apart from the phenomenon of returning to the ancestors in general, the algebraic strength closer to the ancestors will be stronger in general. And this prison dragon, Wanna Come is the 5th generation of dragons. If I'm not mistaken, this dragon text token should be a dragon order. The thoughts flickered in the eyes of Jianwu, and the habitat of the dragons has always been the biggest mystery in the universe. Some people say that the dragons are 90,000 miles in the deep sea. Some say that they are in the center of the earth, and some say that they are above the 18th heaven. No one can give a real answer. After all, from the beginning of the dragon clan, there has never really been a dragon clan falling to the outside world. Therefore, the news about the dragons is naturally little known. Perhaps I can use this token to find the location of the dragons. Swordless Fingers rubbed this slightly warm token. For him, the dragon is indeed powerful and can definitely cause him a devastating blow, but the dragon will never devote all his strength to deal with it. He is unparalleled in his sword, so let alone say how much turmoil will be caused in the universe. It is too disgraceful. At most, that's just sending a law enforcer. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang reached out and touched the sandalwood sword box set aside, a flash of coldness in his eyes. This Taro Excalibur started from the time he got the Taro ruins. Counting the time, it has been 20,000 years. For 20,000 years, the sword Wushuang will instill the temperature of the sword every day, and it is sealed in the Taro Excalibur. Until now, the sword Wushuang does not know that this Titan Excalibur has never been out of the sheath. How many swords? That is an astronomical figure that Jian Wushuang is all frightened. After thinking for a while, Jian Wushuang backed the sandalwood sword box, wore a black waist robe and a black wide hemp hood, and stepped out of the temple. The 18th city, which was turned into a ruin because of the battle between Jian Wushuang and the prisoner dragon, has been repaired. Except for the sword marks that split the entire 18th city into two sides, the 18th city has already, it seemed like nothing had changed before. In the 18th city, in the king's palace previously established by the prisoner dragon, the overlord, the 9-star Holy Sun, the leader of the Shaking Mountain, the master of the Hao Emperor, and so on, stood silently on both sides of the hall. Jian Wushuang stepped in, took a natural turn, and sat on the throne at the deepest part of the hall, then glanced across their faces, expressing a deep expression. Dear everyone, now the 18th city has been restored. It's also time to replan the rules of the 18th city. Overlords and others heard the words. Their hearts were shocked, and they understood that the sword Wushuang was about to perform an action. They glanced at each other silently, all sighing in their hearts, just hoping that Jian Wushuang would not go too far like a prison dragon, and just take away the few monuments from them. There was a touch of excitement on the faces of Shaking Mountain Leader and Hao Ember. This ancient road with stars and sky gathers the arrogance of the entire universe. If they can bring them together, they must be a top force in the future. You should know that these arrogances are not the chief disciples of their respective sects, or the princes and sons of a certain powerful force, and they all have the hope of breaking through the Supreme. If Jian Wushuang has a good relationship with them now, then Jian Wushuang will truly be in the universe, is invincible. Jian Wushuang sat on the throne, glanced across their faces, took a close look at the thoughts in their hearts, and said lightly, Dear everyone, this seat wants to form a large force in the ancient road of the starry sky, named Jianmeng. What do you like? As soon as this remark was over, Boang and other people's faces were slightly changed, and there was a faint expression in their hearts. They looked at Jian Wushuang's indifferent expression, and suddenly came to understand Jian Wushuang was not asking them, but giving they issued a notice. After a long time, Jiao Sheng Zi carefully asked, Jian Wushuang, what do we need to do? Jian Wushuang heard the words and said lightly, It's very simple. If you join the Sword Alliance, the magical treasure is countless. I can even take out that monument. If I don't want to join, I will not force it. As soon as this remark came to an end, a few of the overlords heard the 3 words, Feng Shinbei, all moved in their hearts, and continued to ask respectfully, Jian Wushuang, if I wait to join the Sword League, what do we need to do? Jian Wushuang heard a slight smile and replied, "You guys, I know what you are worried about. I am not a brutal and inhumane like Prison Dragon. The original intention of forming the Sword Alliance was to help and help each other. Shinkong Gulu, there is also a mutual response. I know that you have ancestors behind each other. Therefore, my Sword Alliance is not a compulsory ancestor, but more similar to an alliance. It's just that when everyone is in trouble, they can help each other." After a pause, Jian Wushuang continued to say, "Of course, this statement is unwarranted, and you must take an oath of law and incorporate its rules into your own rules. If you violate this oath, you must not practice it in your life." In the end, Jian Wu's bilingualism became calm. Overlords and others heard the words and looked at each other with a flash of thought in their hearts. If that's the case, it is indispensable. After all, Jian Wushuang's strength and talents are already here. It can be said with absolute certainty that as long as Jian Wushuang has not died halfway, he will definitely achieve amazing results. If he can have a good relationship with Jian Wushuang, then whether it is for himself, it's definitely a good thing, whether it's the ancestor behind him. The most important thing is that almost all Fengshen monuments are in Jian Wushou. If they want to obtain the Fengshen monument, they must rely on Jian Wushuang. A few moments later, several people nodded at the same time, kneeling down in a hurry. Chapter 40, 300. Hey, the second is here. Ill wait, Sea Sword Alliance leader. In the hall, at the same time, the voices of Overlord, Juxing's son, and others sounded. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head. A touch of satisfaction flashed in his eyes and said, "No need to be polite, get up." 4. Jian Wushuang. Now he holds 91 Fengshen monuments, but in fact there is nothing to give up some Fengshen monuments, as long as he guarantees that the Fengshen monuments in his hands are no less than 50. As long as he has no less than 50 sealed monuments in his hands, he still has the absolute advantage to get tickets for the Cosmopolitan event. However, if you rely on the remaining Fengshen steel and take overlords and other people under your control, the gain is undoubtedly huge. In the universe today, regardless of whether the dragons or the temples are too empty, they all stare at him. Although he is not afraid of his sword, it is a good thing to stay behind. And this Sword Alliance is one of his prepared backers. Although these people still dominate the realm, they are indeed worthless compared to the giants such as Taishu, Temple, and Dragon Clan. But they are all talented and their future prospects are limitless. Starting Qi Jian Wushuang integrated them together, and when they grow up, even if they face any major force in the future, there will be enough to shake the three-pointer. After a short while, Overlord and others took a vow to join the Sword League. At this point, a top force in the famous universe of later generations was born, and Jian Wushuang, after ordering a few words at will, he left the hall and began to continuously refine the divine power and refine it. At the same time, outside the ancient sky, a middle-aged man with a hawk nose and black, like a ghost in the dark, is quietly coming out of the ancient sky. He looked around casually, seeing that the starry sky was quite deserted at the moment, and there was no one there. He immediately opened up a void and sat down silently, converging his breath. He is the Supreme Black Hawk. After a long universe trek, at this moment he finally came to dominate the starry sky. "Master, Lord of the Hall, I have reached outside the ancient road that dominates the sky." In his mind, he preached to the Lord of the Hall of Diwu Temple. "Okay, once you wait for the end of Shinkong Ancient Road, you'll kill sword unparalleled here. This time, you cannot afford to lose it. Understand?" A low, majestic voice sounded in his mind, who was the master of Diwu Temple. "Dear Lord, please rest assured that the sword is unparalleled, but it is only the master who repairs it. As long as he takes the lead, I can crush him instantly." The Black Eagle sneered. "Well, that seat is in the temple waiting for good news." A moment later, the owner of the Diwu Temple suspended the communication with the Supreme Black Eagle. The Black Eagle supremely hides in the void, turning his eyes, looking coldly at the entrance to the ancient road to the sky. Swords warriors, the last time you killed you, the old guy who shot his heart to save you. This time I have to see who else can save you. The black eagle sneered to himself, the coldness in his eyes almost condensed into substance. The years go by and time changes. At the fingertips, 10,000 years passed again. 1. Omega, Omega, Omega. Kai 1Z. See, in the ancient road of the starry sky, new blood is constantly flowing. However, because Jian Wushuang monopolizes Fengshan steel now, with increasing number of people, not only did not many kills occur, but countless monks joined the Sword League. After all, in the ancient starry sky, there is only Jian Wushuang's family monopoly. If you want to get the seal of God, you can only rely on Jian Wushuang. And the Sword Alliance has become the only camp in the starry sky, the strongest, but also the strongest. And Jian Wushuang himself was not idle. Through this 10,000-year period, he has completely cultivated himself and consolidated himself in the ultimate domination. Although he is still far from the breakthrough, he has already laid the foundation. At this point, it is only 50,000 years away from the opening of the universal race. The next day, Jian Wushuang was practicing in retreat. An unexpected person suddenly found Jian Wushuang. Master Lord Jingguan, Lord Blue, is waiting outside the temple. An ultimate master, wearing a sacred armor, stepped down at the door of Jian Wushuang's box, congratulating. Master Lan? Wu Jianshuang opened his eyes slowly when he heard the words, and there was a touch of thought in his eyes. Now, in the whole ancient road of the starry sky, Jian Wushuang's only person who can't understand the details is the master of this town. He once asked the overlords and other people who came to the Shinkong ancient road early, but they also didn't know much about Lord Master. They only knew that Master Lan was mysterious and never participated in the dispute. It is more like to record everything that happened in the ancient sky. This person, why suddenly came to find myself? You let Jingguan make the adult wait in the hall, and I will come later. Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang said lightly, Yes. Jane, the ultimate master in charge of communication, went in haste. Wu Jian Wushuang didn't delay for a long time. After collecting the Tailu Jindian, he also rushed towards the hall. It didn't take long before he met Lord Lan. Master Lan is still wearing a plain blue shirt with a blue veil on his face, which makes Jian Wushuang break through the ultimate dominance. After still unable to see through the veil Master Lan's true face, this makes Jian Wushuang in his heart cannot help but slightly surprised. Lord Lan, I haven't seen you in a long time. Putting away his thoughts, Jian Wushuang arched her hand at her, a smile on his face. Oh, it's been a long time since you haven't seen me. I often see you. Lord Lan smiled back and smiled. Jian Wushuang heard a word, didn't understand it, and just wanted to ask what it meant. Then Lord Lan has already started to speak. Jianfeng turned around and joked. Jian Wushuang, I want to see you now. It's not easy on one side. It's got to be rumored and notified. It's such a big show. Master Lan, when you say this, you are breaking me. When Jian Wushuang heard the words, he waved his hands and ordered people to give the seat to Lord Lan. Then he burned a pot of spiritual tea, cleared his throat, and asked, I wonder if you come to me this time. What is it called? Master Lin Lan took a teacup and took a sip, glanced at Jian Wushuang, and replied, Jian Wushuang, I'm here to talk to you about the grand event of the universe. Cosmic event of the universe? Isn't that 50,000 years before we can start? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. A flash of doubt flashed in his heart, but his face asked calmly, Master, you say now, what does this mean? Click it. Lord Lan put down the teacup and shook his head and said, Jian Wushuang, it seems you don't know. The number of places to participate in the cosmopolitan event is not selected at the same time, but given one after another according to the time period, and then after 50,000 years, really start the grand event of the universe. The three places that dominate the ancient road to the sky are naturally the same. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He wasn't a stupid person. When he heard what he had guessed, he asked, Master, what do you mean, now you are the first place to attend the Cosmos Grand Event? Is it out? Yes. Master Lon Lon heard the words and nodded slowly. Mandao, sword. Chapter 4301. The first is here. Well, who's the first place? Jian Wushuang raised his teacup, took a sip of tea, and asked calmly. When adults heard the words and laughed, they did not answer, but asked instead, You should have an answer in your heart. Wu Jianhui's hands lifted the teacup, paused, groaned one or two, then put the teacup down, looked at Lord Lon, and said, Is the first place? Yes, when Master Lon said that he had selected the first place, and combined with Master Lon at this time to find him, Jian Wushuang was right for the first place. Sure enough, Lord Lon nodded his head and replied, Nature is you, Jian Wushuang. Your performance on the ancient road of Shinkong has been seen by that adult. He has been ordered to me a few days ago and ordered me to give you the first universe admission to the Grand National Festival. After saying so, she reached out her hand and smiled slightly. Sword's matchless congratulations. Sun Rao had prepared Jian Wushuang's psychology. At this moment, when he heard the exact answer of Lord Lon, he couldn't help but feel a bit distorted. That is the ticket to the cosmopolitan event held only once every 50 chaos eras. The cosmic event of the universe, the supreme people of all races, discuss the avenue of heaven and earth together. According to the previous rules, the ultimate masters like Jian Wushuang have no chance to touch the threshold. But now, Jian Wushuang has become the first. Admission to the Universe Festival. Wu Giantshuang's heart inevitably sighed with regret. I don't know how many people have left so many dead bones on this ancient road to the sky. 20 will succeed. Too many people have left their lives here on this ancient starry road. They spent countless years of hard work and rushed from various places. What they were after was nothing more than the place of the illusory cosmic race. Everyone is looking forward to becoming the beloved lucky one. Since then, it has been soaring and has become famous in the universe. They followed, they were eager to try. However, with the exception of the few who stood at the top, most of the ultimate masters of the ancient roads in the sky were actually the stepping stones for others. And in the end they became others, and they turned into a lus bones, dead die, forgotten by years and time. Starting Qi Jian Wushuang is also one of them. Fortunately, he finally got the qualification for that ticket, took a deep breath. The next moment, the emotion in Jian Wu's eyes disappeared, replaced by a firmness. Thank you. Wu Jianshou extended his hand and held a heavy grip with Master Lon. Seeing a slight smile, Lord Holon pulled back his palm, and a white jade appeared under his right hand. Jian Wushuang, this jade pendant is an invitation to the Cosmopolitan Grand Event. Master Lon pushed it with his right hand and handed this jade pendant to Jian Wushuang. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head carefully and took this jade pendant and looked down at this jade pendant. Sun Yupei had no words on it and started with a little cold. It seemed like an ordinary thing that could no longer be ordinary, but the moment that Jian Wushuang felt, it was a frantic expression. He felt as if he was in a chaos. At this time, the universe was not born and the world was still a yin and yang chaos. He was like the most inconspicuous piece of fine sand in this chaos. The feeling of a drop in the sea and a grain in Taitsong is too trivial. Next moment, I saw this jade pendant turned into a warm current, disappeared in the sword without hands. Later, the two chatted for a few more words. Lord Lon told him that the Fengshan Monument had been cleared and those who had obtained the quota for the Universal Race event must leave the ancient road of the starry sky to avoid affecting others' invitation for the Universal Race event. Fairness. After saying this, Master Lon plans to leave. Okay, Swords matchless, you have already received the invitation to the cosmopolitan event, and my mission is complete, so I will leave first. Master Lan stood up and said with a smile. Wu Jianwuishuang nodded his head, looking at the back of Lord Lan's departure, and could not help but ask, Master Lan, take the liberty to ask, what is your identity? Master Huang Lan has already stepped on the threshold, and he couldn't help but look back and smile. Is this heavy? I heard the reply. Jian Wushuang could not help but touched his nose, knowing that he asked a lot. At this moment, however, Lord Lan added a smile and added, Jian Wushuang, we will see you again at the cosmic event of the universe. After speaking, Master Lan no longer hesitated and disappeared the gate of Jianwuishuang Hall. The moon splattered Xinghe, and the night cried, Is it time to leave? Qi Jianwuish's negative hand stood at the gate of the hall, looking up at the devastating Xinghe, which is unique to Xingkong Ancient Road, and a flash of thought flashed in his eyes. Today he is already the strongest deserved of the Ancient Road in the sky, and the tickets for the cosmic event are also available. Even if he continues to stay here, it has no meaning. For him, leaving at this moment is indeed the best choice. Before leaving, you have to arrange the Sword Alliance properly. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, his eyes blinked slightly. Today's Sword League, under the development of this 10,000-year period, has already gotten a little bit of everyone's weather. Just the top power in the ultimate domination. It is far more than 100, and the ultimate master in the near-invincible level is also, there are dozens of statues. In addition to Jian Wushuang himself, the tyrant, the prince of Jiuxing, and the patriarch of Amoluo Shao are all invincible and dominate the party. Such a force, not to mention the ancient road to the sky, even if it is placed in the universe, as long as it is not supreme, it is enough to sweep everything in the world. I am such a powerful force. Although there are no strict rules and regulations, in this 10,000-year period, a huge power body with Jian Wushuang as its core and a distinction between high and low status has been formed naturally. On the second day, Jian Wushuang summoned all the high-level strongmen in the Jian League to meet in the hall. Early the next morning, in the hall of the Sword Alliance, Sword Wushuang sits high on the throne. The following two sides start with the Overlord and the Demon Lord, and the senior members of the Sword Alliance line up all the way. The sword has no expression on both sides, although it has not spoken, but a natural and powerful coercion that has formed naturally has been depressed in the form, so that everyone in the hall is bowing their heads and dare not look directly at the sword. Look, the whole hall was like a chill. No one dares to speak before Jian Wushuang speaks. Unconsciously, Jian Wushuang is no longer the nameless man. Now he is the king of the power of killing and killing in the entire ancient sky. He is the only giant in this starry sky ancient road. Chapter 4302. Hey, the second is here. This seat announces a message. You guys listen well. 3 days later, I will leave the ancient road of the sky, and the Fengshan Monument will be cleared again to screen out the second place to enter the cosmic event. Sitting on the throne, the sword has no double-sided expression and slowly speaks, starting as soon as the words of this sentence fell. Time, like the same stone, stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. The entire ancient road of starry sky boiled up. It seems that the Lord has received the first place to participate in the universal race. What, Master, are you leaving the ancient sky? Fengshan Monument will be reset to 0. For a moment, the whole hall was like a blasted boiler, and the sound of discussions began to ring. Even the Overlord, Jiao Xingzi and Ma Luo, the chief patriarch, suddenly raised his head to look at Jian Wushuang. His pupils contracted for a while. Quiet. Jian Wushuang pressed his right hand and said lightly. All of a sudden, the hall was noisy, and then it calmed down. Everyone is forced to suppress the words that have come to their mouths, looking respectfully at Jian Wushuang. Wu Jianshuang's expression was indifferent, and his eyes swept away from their faces. Although these people did not speak, their expressions were mixed. Wu, Jian Wushuang naturally understood what they were thinking, and could not help sneering, for fear that once he left the ancient road of the sky, the seemingly powerful and uninteresting Jianming would fall apart and revert to the way it was when it was killed before. With regard to this, Jian Wushuang does not intend to forcibly solve it. In the final analysis, Jianming is only a second hand he left behind, only to be able to bundle together when he faces the oppression of major forces in the future. Therefore, what happened to them in private after he left, he didn't care. Anyway, some of the real powerful men with good potential in Shinkongulu have already sworn the law with him. This cannot be changed in any way. Well, what I want to say now is the command of the Sword League after I left. Sword W's eyes fell on the Overlord, Zhu Xingxingzi and Morwa Shao, Chief Arma, and said, Overlord Zhu Xingxingzi Arma, after I left, Jianming is responsible for maintaining the overall situation for you three, but there are problems. Yes, please obey the decree of the alliance. The three tyrants, Arma and Zhu Xingxingzi, stepped out in one step, and their congratulations should be. Jian Wushuang nodded. His eyes glanced at the three of them. Overlord and Arma both looked normal. Their faces were solemn. Both of them were rescued by Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang had a life-saving grace for them. A born promise to surrender, even if he died. He was a son of Zhu Xing, and with a bowed head in his eyes, there was a strange color. Jian Wushuang took a close look at the three people's expressions and didn't care, and said, As for the others, it's business as usual. There is no need to change more. After Sun ordered some trivial matters, such as letting Xiaoshan command, responsible for commanding the people for the three kings, etc., Jian Wushuang announced that everyone had retreated. Just before the crowd left, Jian Wushuang stopped the Hao Ember standing in the last row to dominate. Wu Jian Wushuang stepped down from the throne. At this moment, he no longer had any majestic momentum, as if he had become the most ordinary boy again. Hao Ember, did you blame me in my heart, and did not arrange you in a commanding position before I left? Jian Wushuang glanced at him with a slight smile. Hao Emperor dominated the statement and quickly explained, Master Bloodsword, I dare not think so, although I am dull, but I also understand that you do not want to attract too much attention, Master Bloodsword, so as not to be caught envy. Dominated by Hao is the only person who now calls Jian Wushuang as the Blood Sword Master. As if in his heart, Jian Wushuang is still the one who took him in the ancient road of the starry sky and passed 5 levels and cut 6 generals. If you can think so, then I'm assured. Jian Wushuang smiled a moment, then paused and groaned. However, the reason why I didn't put you in the top position of the Sword Alliance is just as you said. Once I leave, this ancient road in the starry sky is afraid of chaos again. If you assume the commanding position at that time, you will definitely be regarded as the target of the fire, but you may be killed for yourself. After saying that, Jian Wushuang patted Hao Ember on the shoulder and continued, I wait for the monk. The position is actually a vanity, and you don't need to worry about it. As long as you are strong enough, everything is just a blessing. Master Bloodsword, I understand. Hao Emperor heard the words and nodded heavily. Jian Wushuang said, he took out a bottle of glass and jade and said, However, in this jade bottle there are 2 drops of venom that I made by holding the Tianqi Langjun poisonous tooth. There were originally 3 drops, but there was another drop I used for other purposes, and I will not give it to you. There are 2 drops of venom in it. As long as it does not meet the existence of invincible dominator, I want to come in this ancient road in the sky. There is no one can hurt you again. Is this too expensive? Just as Hao Emperor was still hesitating, Jian Wushuang has doubled his right hand again, and a small black sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and said lightly, Hao Emperor, you have collected this small sword. This is the self-defense made by you specially before I leave. A total of my 3 sword qi are sealed on this small sword. One is stronger than the other. In terms of power, it is much more powerful than those 2 drops of venom. If you use it properly, even if it is similar to Jiu Xingzi, when the body is not a powerful, invincible master, with the last sword energy you are enough to kill him. After finishing speaking, Jian Wushuang's expression gradually became calm, and finally she said in a deep voice, "However, these 5 kinds of protectors, you must remember to use them with caution. Otherwise, once you have used all 5 protectors, if you get any more people in the sky, no one can save you." Yes. How Emperor's expression also became calm, and he did not dare to neglect, and gifted his glass, glazed vase and black small sword to him, carefully closed it, and then focused and said, "Master Bloodsword, rest assured, I will take good care of the Sword Alliance for you." Jian Wushuang heard the words, and couldn't help but smile slightly and said, "Jiang Meng is just a matter of fate, and you don't need to care too much. It is you who can be the same person who has suffered and suffered together with me. After I leave, I am afraid that the battle for the Fengshan Monument will be more intense and crazy. Therefore, I just hope that you can protect yourself and improve your strength." After Wu finished speaking, Jian Wushuang stopped saying more and strode away after smiling at him. 23 days later, walking in the 18th city of Shinkong Ancient Road, countless people showed off respectfully. Jian Wu, wearing a black robe, wearing a hood, and carrying a sandalwood sword box, stepped away from Shinkong Ancient Road and disappeared into the sight of everyone, like a legend in Shinkong Ancient Road, and finally closed the curtain. I walked from the dust with a sword covered in mud and unknowing. I returned from my fame, with the breeze as my companion, full of joy. Chapter 43:03. The first is here. Wu Jianwusa left. He went away by the wind and sword, past 18 cities, and came to the first city of Shinkong Ancient Road. Some newcomers who didn't come to know Jian Jinshuang talked about each other and walked past him, depicting the beautiful prospect that they will shine in the ancient road of the starry sky. Jian Wushuang looked back and glanced back. In this starry sky ancient road he stayed for tens of thousands of years, from an ordinary 5th-ranked ordinary master to become the strongest that swept the entire universe. Dominate the strong. In here, he left too many legends. Now, finally, we have to say goodbye. At this moment, Sai has some emotions, but more of them are still homesick. He took a deep breath. Jian Wushuang turned resolutely and stepped on the exit passage of the first city. For a while, boundless darkness struck, and when Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again, he had already appeared outside the ancient sky. For tens of thousands of years, the changes outside the Shinkong Ancient Road were not significant, and there were still people from various major forces stationed here, drinking and buying the magic drugs and materials brought out from the Shinkong Ancient Road. After just glancing at Jian Wushuang, they didn't manage it anymore and resumed their work. Don't look at Jian Wushuang. Now he is famous, but there are few who can really recognize him. The pictures of him fighting with the prison dragon are basically just circulating among the high-level forces. What Wu Jinshuang did not know was when he walked out of the ancient sky, a hawk-nosed man hiding in the air, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes sharply. "Boy, you're finally out." The black eagle's supreme gaze passed through the void, and he looked at Jian Wushuang steadily, and the corner of his mouth gradually evoked a cruel smile. He waited for nearly 10,000 years, and was accompanied by the boring universe every day. His heart was already impatient to the extreme. At this moment, he saw Jian Wushuang walking out of the ancient road in the sky, and he could not hold back the killing intention in his heart. Boom! Instantly, he shot a palm, pressing the sword unparalleled. Under this palm, the starry sky in front of the entire ancient sky is shaking with madness. A mighty power to destroy the world, coming to the world. What is this? All of a sudden, the ultimate masters were sipping in front of the ancient gate of the starry sky. Their faces changed greatly, and they looked horribly into the air. This is the supreme atmosphere. A supreme shot! No, run away! Countless people burst into bursts as birds and beasts scattered, and some of the slow-moving ultimate masters, just by rubbing the palm of their body with this palm, were instantly annihilated, and the gods were destroyed. Wu Jian looked up suddenly, his pupils shrank. He felt that the supreme palm falling from the sky was locked on him. Who is it? Wu Jianshuang's face was gloomy to the extreme. He did not expect that he had just stepped out of the starry sky, and someone had come to intercept him. Are you too, virtual temple? Or dragon? Wu Rong couldn't wait for the sword, and Wu Jia's exquisite sword emerged from the sheath instantly, turning into a shocking silver rainbow, splitting towards the giant palm that fell from the sky. Today's swords are unparalleled, and once again use the sword to cut star. How terrible the might, even if invincible dominates the face. Under this sword will be killed. I saw this sword, just like the Milky Way coming out of it. In a short breath, it condensed all the surrounding energy, and the silver sword rainbow was shining to the extreme, releasing an endless brilliance, severely chopped on the giant palm. However, such a horrible sword was cut on the giant palm, but it just stagnated a little and was eroded by the horrible power in the giant palm and pressed again towards the sword, unparalleled. However, this lag time is enough for Jian Wushuang. Huh! Wu Jianwu stepped on his feet, moved away instantly, and appeared 100 miles away. 1 Omega Omega Omega. Kai 1Z. Si Karub. Pressing down on that palm, the pressed void was directly photographed into a huge black hole, which shattered countless void fragments. Starting Jian Wushuang, who was 100 miles away, panted slightly, as if he felt something, looked up into a void. Next moment, he saw a man in black with a hawk nose walking out of the void with a hand. Jian Wushuang, do you still remember who this seat is? The man in black with a sneer saw Jian Wushuang dodging this palm, didn't care, and said with a sarcasm, "It's you." Yan Jian's eyes twinkled, and after taking a deep breath, he forced his heart's throbbing down and said with a sneer, "Extreme Black Hawk, how can I not remember?" For this person, when the two sides of the sword traveled the universe without a sword, the Black Hawk Supreme in the Diwu Temple that nearly killed him in the Joey Star Field. At the beginning, if it was not the Jiu Di Pavilion heart-struck Supreme shot that prevented him, I am afraid that Jian Wushuang, who is already dead in the hand of the Black Eagle Supreme, is deprived of his special life level. Jian Wushuang, I haven't seen it for tens of thousands of years, but this one misses you very much. The Black Hawk stared at Jian Wushuang and smiled. Although he was laughing, the coldness in his voice was enough to freeze the blood. Wu Jianshuang heard his face expressionless, mobilized as much as he could, and his whole body was strained to the extreme. This is supreme, the highest existence in the universe. Even though it was him, he was already 1,000 times stronger than when he first met the Black Hawk Supreme. But now facing the Black Hawk Supreme, Jian Wushuang still feels a mountain-like pressure and comes down the mountain. He knows that this will be the most dangerous battle he has ever encountered. This battle no one can help him. All he can rely on is himself. Jian Wushuang, this seat now gives you two choices. The first one is to follow this seat to obediently return to the Diwu Temple for sanctions. The second is to deprive you of special life levels to honor this seat. Destroy the Spear of God, you choose. The Black Eagle's supreme complexion looks as if the of life and death has been set for Jian Wushuang, as if Jian Wushuang has become the fish on his chopping board and let it be slaughtered. Jian Wushuang, the taste of being deprived of a special life stiffly, I don't think you will be willing to experience it in your whole life. Speaking of which, a cruel color flashed in the eyes of the Black Eagle Supreme. Jian Wushuang heard the breath and breathed out a sigh of relief. I choose. Oh, is this going to be captured? Blackhawk frowned, smiling slightly. Jian Wushuang, this time you're quite interesting. I didn't wait for him to finish. I choose you to die. Boom! Wu Jian stepped on the steps without a pair of steps, instantly acting like a missile, pulling out a white airwave and slamming towards the Black Hawk Supreme. The horrifying sword gas strangled the quartet, forming a groundbreaking half-moon swordmang, and in just one breath he came to the top of the Black Hawk Supreme and slanted him away. Give me a shame, look for death! The Black Eagle Supreme complexion instantly became gloomy. His eyes flashed to the extreme. Chapter 4304. Second more. Wow. Facing this sword that divided the universe across the sea and turned up the shocking white waves, the Black Eagle Supreme expression was somber and grunted coldly, but he raised his finger and pointed toward the sword. That sword was unparalleled. Jian Wushuang, it seems that you still don't understand how big the gap is between the ultimate dominator and the Supreme. That's the difference in power. The Black Hawk shook his head, and suddenly, centered on his fingertips, a force that twisted space and time, folded space, burst out suddenly. Huh! Jian Wushuang's magnificent sword was hit by the Black Hawk Supreme again, and it suddenly became like a fortress piled up on the beach. It began to fall apart. What? Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank for a while, and a peculiar look surged on his face, and he couldn't bear to think about it, and felt a force that completely twisted and folded, banging heavily on his chest. Huh! Jian Wushuang's whole body retreated sharply, and a huge pit appeared in his chest. The Black Eagle Supreme saw this, and his negative hand sneered. Sword unparalleled. Give up the stupid struggle. Recognize the status quo. The gap between the Supreme and the dominating realm. Nothing can make up for. Jian Wushuang heard the words. His expression was cloudy for a while. He has infinitely elevated the supreme power in his heart. But only when he truly faced the Supreme at this moment did he realize that the horror of the Supreme far exceeded his expectations. I am afraid that the world is called comparable to the Supreme, but it just says that there are some killing tricks which can be comparable to the supreme ordinary blow. Come again. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang clenched the Wu weapon sword in his hand, and his eyes showed a strong fighting spirit. Huh! At the next moment, Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot, and the whole man swept up again, splitting a sword towards the supreme Black Hawk. Open the sky. Hey! For a while, the devil wailed, the Buddha's groaning voice poured out, and the Wu weeping sword quickly trembled, and a blood-colored sword rushed out, splitting towards the Black Eagle Supreme. The sword is unparalleled, useless. The Black Hawk shook his head in contempt, facing the shocking sword, just throwing his sleeve. A black rainbow immediately flung out with his sleeve. This simple one sleeve. It seemed to have directly blasted out 1,000,000 tons of force, pushing the void into a channel and hit the swordman. The blood-colored swordmang was directly worn away. Just then, a low, indifferent voice sounded in his ear. Talented, supernatural. Talented, amazing life. Dragon blood mystery, divine power burns. The law of the universe. 10 times the power of willpower. Wow. Suddenly, countless realms came. With sword blessings blessed by various forces, his breath began to skyrocket, and in just a few breaths of time, if the light of coercion, the sword blessings would have to surpass the Black Eagle Supreme. In addition to Tailu Jiandian's 2 killing moves, Jian Wushuang already has the means. Under the suppression of the primitive universe and the shock of life, the supreme atmosphere of the Black Hawk has begun to weaken indefinitely. Oh! Just as the Black Hawk gave a faint whisper, a cold voice sounded again. Chopper Star! Suddenly, space and time seemed to stagnate. Countless energies in the universe converged towards the sword without hands. Whether it was the shards of the void or the dark matter in the universe, etc., all turned into the purest energy, just like Baichuan entered the sea. Radiated in all directions, it finally merged into the sword without hands and turned into a silver sword rainbow of 5,000 feet. When this silver sword Hongfang appeared, it instantly took away all the glory in the world, and it was so dazzling that it was hard to look straight, as if a volume of Tianhe was held in the hands of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's black hair was dangling, and his expression was indifferent, just like the peerless sword Immortal. Cut! With the sound of a cold drink, Jian Wushuang's right hand waved down, and the silver sword rainbow up to 5,000 feet was finally chopped down towards the Black Eagle Supreme. Oh, the previous trick was just a cover. Is this sword really a killing trick? The Black Hawk brow lightly, commented casually. This sword is quite good. There is already some infinitely close to the power of the Supreme, but it is a pity that if it is not the Supreme, it is the Ant's. Shaking his head, Black Hawk turned over with his right hand, and a black sharp spear appeared in his hand. This short spear exudes a weird breath. Jian Wushuang just glanced at it and felt an aversion of disgust. Break me! The Black Hawk sighed, and the short spear fiercely stabbed to the ground. For a moment, no matter it was the primitive universe or the shock of life, it was as if it encountered natural enemies. Sword unparalleled. Do you still recognize this extermination spear? The Black Eagle sneered, his right hand quickly printed, and a black iris exploded quickly, striking the silver sword rainbow of Jian Wushuang's nearly 5,000 feet. Bang, bang! Suddenly, the silver sword rainbow quickly collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jian Wushuang's face changed slightly, and he would not forget the exterminator spear. According to the Supreme Killing Sword, the Exterminator Spear is a magic weapon specially used by Diwu Temple to restrain the special life, such as Jian Wushuang. The advantages of cutting them to these special lives. Sword unparalleled, it's time to take this seat. The Black Eagle sneered and swung his right hand heavily, and the stab of the Extermination Spear suddenly stabbed at the sword without a pair. Jian Wushuang's face was dignified, and he expelled hundreds of swords quickly in order to stop this extermination spear. However, everything was useless. This exterminator spear brought up a long tail flame, and there was a burst of blast in the void where it was swept away. Open a fist-sized blood hole in your chest. Theoretically, with the restoration of Jian Wushuang's divine power, these injuries will be restored immediately. However, when Jian Wushuang poured out divine power to recover the divine body, he suddenly felt that the broken blood hole there is even a faint power that is suppressing the recovery of his body, and it is spreading around at a slow speed. This is the power of the Exterminator Spear. The next moment, the Black Hawk-esque figure flashed, as if moving instantly, appeared above Jian Wushuang, raised his right foot, and stepped down towards Jian Wushuang fiercely. A blast of shaking came from this place, and this foot directly stepped on the soul of the sword. Next moment, a divine power that is completely different from the realm of mastering the realm came down the mountain, suppressing the sword unparalleled, making him unable to move at all. The Black Eagle Supreme looked down with a sneer, and looked down at Jian Wushuang, who was stepping on his foot, and scorned. Jian Wushuang, now you are in this seat of life and death. Would he fight with this seat? Are you qualified to fight with this seat? Jian Wushuang fell into danger instantly. P.S. 2 more arrived today. Chapter 4305. Ka-rub. After the step of the Black Hawk Supreme, Jian Wushuang only felt that his bones and muscles were shaking. He tried to surge up the power to push the Black Hawk Supreme apart, but when he accumulated the power and hit the Black Hawk Supreme, he only felt just like a ball of cotton hitting a copper wall and an iron wall. The Black Eagle Supreme is unmoved. Perhaps the total power of the two is similar, but the quality is completely different. Extreme Divine Realm and Ultimate Master are completely different in essence. Is this the supreme power? Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and there was a consciousness in his heart. At this moment, when he truly faces the Supreme, he finally knows how big the gap is between the Supreme Divine Realm and the Ultimate Master. Someone has done statistics in the universe. There are tens of thousands of star fields in the universe and countless astral fields. Among these tens of thousands of star fields, the supreme on the bright side adds up to less than 100. How many dominate the ultimate? Too much to count. From this, we can see how much the difference between the ultimate master and the supreme. Even though he is the strongest master of the universe, such as King Jiulong, in the peak period of his strength, he is only comparable to the supreme. What is the solution? Refers to the supreme blow of King Jiujia. But this does not mean that the King of Nine Dragons can truly be compared with the supreme. Jian Wushuang, aren't you very powerful? Aren't you the first person in Shinkong Gulu? Now you stand up for the seat. Black Eagle Supreme looked down at Jian Wushuang, his face full of sneer. He said as he stepped on the right foot of sword Wushuang hardly, and for a moment the sword's body suddenly made an overwhelming clicking sound. Under this step, countless bones and veins of the sword unparalleled. In the distance, many daring ultimate masters did not leave, but watching this scene from afar, there was a chill in their hearts. Is this the supreme terror? Jian Wushuang, who is able to cross the invincible ancient road in the starry sky, has no backhand in front of the supreme. Too strong. The sword before Wushuang's sword has been beyond my understanding. It is estimated to be able to kill anyone who dominates the realm. I never thought it would be broken only by the supreme sleeve. It is no wonder that ever since the birth of the universe, there has never been a record of the Lord's victory over the supreme. The supreme power is too terrifying. The sword is unparalleled. They shook their heads. At the beginning, they didn't know it was Jian Wushuang, but as the Black Hawk Supreme called Jian Wushuang's name, they suddenly came to realize that this handsome young man with a stern look was the latest in the universe. Wu's sword is unparalleled. There were many people. After Jian Wu double-clicked to kill the prisoner dragon, it was deemed that Jian Wushuang had the qualifications to sit on par with Supreme. But until now, when they saw the scene where Jian Wushuang was crushed by Black Hawk Supreme, I realized that my eyelids were too shallow and I didn't know the gap between the Master and the Supreme. Starting that kind of gap is almost like of nature. No matter what the amazing talents and supernatural powers, it can't be crossed. The Black Eagle Supreme looked back at them and did not mean to drive them away. He is not a genius. Breaking through the Supreme can be described as barely extreme. Even if he is in the territory of the Supreme God, he is not a strong person. Therefore, he particularly likes to step on those feet with amazing talents and humiliate, to satisfy the perverted pleasure in my heart. The sword is unparalleled. Obediently surrender to the seat. Maybe the seat can give you a happy. Otherwise, this seat will crush your bones inch by inch, and then strip your cultivation and special life, let you feel the ultimate pain. Black Eagle Supreme looked down at Jian Wushuang, smirking. Submit? Are you worthy? Jian Wushuang's expression was cold. He hacked a sword and chopped it towards the Black Eagle Supreme. Although he was suppressed by the Black Hawk Supreme, it does not mean that he has no fighting power. Is this seat worthy? Well, sword unparalleled, then you can see if this seat is worthy. The Black Eagle's face flashed sharply, crushing the sword that Jian Wushuang cut off immediately, and then a violent supreme divine power was blasted out of his feet, and it was the direct separation of the sword Wushuang deities nearly collapse. A heartbreak of pain came, but Jian Wushuang never frowned, and he turned to look at the sandalwood sword box on the back. His thoughts flashed. Do you want to use this sword? Once you use it, you will kill him at that time, but it's not the Black Eagle Supreme, but the powers that really stand on top of the universe. Sword Wushuang, since you don't know what to do, don't blame the seat for being ruthless. Let's die. The Black Eagle flickered in the eyes of the Black Eagle Supreme, and finally moved his heart. At the same time, in the temple of life, in the depths of the universe, take a piece of paper newsletter and pass it directly to the Supreme Temple. Report: extreme blood and blood waves. Judy Pavilion on Shinkong Ancient Road. Urgent news. A disciple of the life shrine walked hurriedly outside the hall, his face panicked to the extreme. Why is this so panic? Bloodwave Supreme frowned and asked. The disciple of Life Shrine half knelt on the ground with a slam on his forehead, and sweat continued to flow from his forehead. Bloodwave Supreme, just now there was an urgent message from Judy Pavilion, and Jian Wushuang just came out of the ancient sky and was hit by Diwu Temple Black Shadow Supreme interception. I'm afraid at this moment. What? Suddenly, Bloodwave Supreme's complexion suddenly changed, and he stood up from his seat, staring at the disciple of life and shouting, saying, What the is going on you? Give the seat say clearly. The disciple at the Temple of Life shook the eyes of Supreme Bloodwave Supreme as if he wanted to eat, and his heart suddenly became cold, so he didn't dare to delay in half. He quickly sent a newsletter from Jioding Pavilion on Shinkong Ancient Road, 1510 say it quickly. After he finished speaking, Bloodwave Supreme was instantly furious. Bold, Blackhawk, you look for death. Boom! I see A&T hold back anymore, soaring into the sky. Under this killing intention, the entire Shrine of Life is shrouded, as if trapped in a sea of blood. Blood, what happened? Suddenly, within the Palace of Life, several other Supremes felt this boiling and terrifying intention, all of which changed quickly and quickly came. Soon Zuibo's eyes were cold, and he replied word by word. Jian Wushuang was intercepted in the ancient road by the sky. What? Who intercepted Jian Wushuang? There are few supreme faces facing each other, and there is a little in my heart. Soon Zuibo's eyes stared into the distance coldly. Diwu Temple, Black Hawk Supreme. After speaking, the Supreme Master of Bloodwaves no longer cares about them. Under one step, the whole person has left the Palace of Life. The next moment, his cold voice sounded in the hall. I'm here to save the sword unparalleled. Whoever blocks me today is the enemy of my blood. Chapter 4306. This. After hearing the words of hesitation on the faces of the Supreme Masters, they just remembered to chase after him, and advised the Supreme Master of Blood to not be so reckless, and an indifferent ancient voice sounded from their ears. Let him go. The Supreme Master heard each other face to face, and finally nodded and sighed, Yes, Supreme Lord. Outside of the Temple of Life, the Bloodwave Supreme turned into a scorpion, directly exploding all speed, and killed towards the ancient road of the starry sky. I saw him at the gate of Life Shrine at the last moment, and then he appeared on another star field. At this moment, Bloodwave Supreme directly used the star jumping technique, and each time the figure flickered, it was hundreds of millions of miles. However, before he walked halfway from the ancient road to the sky, a black giant hand shot at him. Bloodwave, stay, okay? Bloodwave paused suddenly, and after smashing the giant hand with a random blow, he stared at the void shot by the giant hand. I saw a majestic middle-aged man wearing a purple gold suit, wearing a purple gold crown with flowers, birds, and beasts embroidered on it, stepping out of the void step by step. This person is a mysterious and unpredictable master of the Diwu Temple. Seeing the Supreme, he suddenly smiled angrily and said, This place is so big-faced that the master of the Diwu Temple actually took the initiative to block it. After hearing the words, the master of Diwu Shrine smiled slightly and said, Oh, your blood is the chief supreme of Life Shrine. When others come to stop you, this deity is naturally uneasy, so you have to do it yourself. He Xuanwen heard that even if he faced the master of the Diwu Shrine in the famous universe, he didn't have half a dreadful look on his face, and his eyes flashed deadly. Kuroba, do you really want to stop me here? The master of the Diwu Shrine stepped in the void, stood with his hands up, and shook his head. Blood, you give up. You are not your opponent. Sword is unparalleled. No one can save him today. Bloodwave Supreme heard that his face was expressionless, but in his heart a heart kept sinking. He knew that the Black Feather was right. He was not his opponent. Taking a deep breath, the Bloodwave Supreme looked coldly at the master of Diwu Temple and said, "In order to kill this disciple who is the ultimate master of the realm, you have really worked hard. Not only did you send the Supreme to intercept and kill, you as the temple, it's such a great skill that the Lord himself came to stop it. The master of the Diwu temple. How can I not listen to the irony in the discourse of Supreme Master Ching Hai? But he just smiled indifferently. Your palace of life has already produced a king of 9 calamities, and there must never be another 9 calamities. King." After a pause, he shook his head again and said, "No, according to the strength of Zhu Jiawang in the ultimate dominion, compare with Jian Wushuang. I am afraid that after the sword Wushuang breaks through the Supreme, the strength will be far better than Jiu Jiawang. Once it exists, it will naturally kill as soon as possible, so as to prevent the future." Bloodwave Supreme heard the expression gloomy. His eyes flashed to the extreme. After a moment, Bloodwave Supreme took a deep breath and slowly said, "Hey you, let's wait and see. My disciple may not die." "Is that so?" The master of Diwu Shrine smiled, slightly not caring. Bloodwave Supreme heard no more answer, but can only hope that Jian Wushuang can create a miracle again and get out of the hands of the Black Eagle Supreme, such as once again using the last life-saving magical power against the prison dragon. However, what he didn't know was that Diwu Shrine had already conducted a detailed and extreme investigation of Jian Wushuang, including Jian Wushuang's last divine power decomposition, which was also under their control. It can be said that they have made 100% preparations for killing the sword unparalleled. Shinkong Ancient Road Entrance. Jian Wushuang, this time you will not be as lucky as last time. This time, no one will come to save you again. The Black Eagle supremely looked down at Jian Wushuang. Sneer with cruel color. "Sword unparalleled, come on. Let this seat torture you little by little. Let you die in pain." The Black Eagle supremely grinned and forced his feet, began to start the sword Wushuang from his feet, crushing his body by an inch. Click, click. Jian Wushuang's indestructible body, under the Black Hawk's stepping down, suddenly broke down and broke apart. In addition, the Black Eagle supremely controlled the divine power to a subtle level, which would not only make Jian Wushuang's body completely collapse and explode, but also make Jian Wushuang feel endless suffering. This supreme mind is very good at poisoning. How much hatred this person has with Jian Wushuang. To torture Jian Wushuang so much. Jiang Wushuang really has a lot of fate. It was so difficult to kill the prisoner dragon in the Shinkong Ancient Road, but unexpectedly he just came out of the Shinkong Ancient Road and encountered the supreme interception. In the distance, some of the ultimate masters watching this scene shook their heads and booed. In their hearts, the Black Hawk is extremely shameless, but no one dares to say it and can only shake his head constantly. Jian Wushuang, do you really regret it now? It was better to be killed by this seat when you were in Jiui Starfield. Otherwise, how would you be tortured now? The Black Eagle Supreme laughed a lot, but when he looked at the sword unparalleled from beginning to end, he suddenly felt boring. Why was he dying and not asking for mercy? Shouldn't he kneel in front of himself at this time, begging himself to spare him? Shouldn't he cry with tears, despair, and remorse? Well, swords matchless die. The Black Eagle snorted coldly, and there was a murder in his eyes. No longer intending to delay, he raised his foot and stepped towards Jian Wushuang's head. This foot is rushing to the sword unparalleled life. It's now. Jian Wu's eyes flickered. Wu Wei's Excalibur had disappeared quietly, and boundless darkness poured out from under him, toward the Black Eagle Supreme. Forever night. With a low sip and a moment of time, a ray of black mist completely wrapped the Black Hawk Supreme. This is... Suddenly, the Black Eagle Supreme had no time to say a word, and was immediately dragged into the kingdom of the night. A huge round black ball wrapped the Black Hawk Supreme inside. A strip of breath began to take away everything that belongs to the Black Hawk Supreme. Jian Wushuang took advantage of this opportunity to swoop up, turned his hands to take out a lot of magic medicine from the Qinquan ring, and took it by mouth. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang's expression still dare not relax at all. Staring at the black eagle supremely surrounded by black spheres, his whole Buddhist divine power was tense. Swords warriors! And anger came to an extreme roar, emanating from the black ball, and the next moment I saw the kingdom of eternal night, which broke apart inch by inch. It's like a glass bead, cracking like cracks. The next moment, the whole kingdom of eternal night collapsed. Wu, weeping sword, wailed and flew back, held in his hand by the sword unparalleled. Chapter 4307. I saw the black eagle supreme at this moment. Although he was not dead, he was also embarrassed to the extreme. The whole person was at least 10 years old. His arrogant face had reached the extreme, and his body was still strong, like skinny, dry, and thin. Sword unparalleled. How dare you hurt this seat? The cold mang flashed in the eyes of the black eagle supreme, and his anger was extremely extreme. Cinda is dignified. The top figure in the entire universe was hurt by an ultimate master of Jian Wushuang district. What a shame! Sword unparalleled, you it! The black eagle supreme jumped out of these 7 characters from the teeth, and the next moment his body flashed, and he flew towards the sword unparalleled. I saw that his figure seemed to be transformed into a huge eagle pendant that could last for 9 days to catch the moon, and the next 5 oceans to catch the puppets, pierced through the void directly, and 5 fingers fought hard towards the sword unparalleled. Under this grasp, countless voids shattered, directly exploding a galaxy. A deafening hawk sounded and sang in the universe. Good job! Yan Jianhui's eyes flashed coldly, facing the claw-pinching Xinghe. Instead of being afraid, he took a step forward, and his hunting spirits surged in his eyes. Black Hawk Supreme, this sword, you are optimistic. Take a deep breath. Jian Wushuang coldly spit out 2 words. Dawn! Ding! A chirp sounded, and then Wu Xinjian and Wu weapon sword in his hand disappeared. Next moment, just a little golden light. The entire universe seems to be transformed into a line of golden light. Under this line of golden light, the perennial dark universe has been torn apart, and it has been dazzled by the mapped brilliance. Immediately we saw this line of golden light, which struck fiercely the Blackhawk extreme, swept away like lightning. Take this sword, cut off the starry sky, and cut through the chaos. This sword is like the dawn shot from the depths of the night, driving out everything. Yi Fengrui, overbearing, crush, destroyed, unbreakable. This is the true meaning of the dawning sword. Many of the ultimate masters who are watching the battle in the distance, feeling the sharp sword, are stunned and trembling. How can there be such a terrible sword art in the world? Fighting swordsmanship. This sword is too scary. Under this sword have finished eggs. At this moment, the ultimate dominator of all watching wars is all exclaimed. Even the Blackhawk extreme, who was attacked and killed, has a shrinking pupil and a slight change in his face. This son is only the ultimate master. Why is swordplay so terrifying? That kind of power even feels guilty? He didn't wait for him to think about it. Jian Wushuang had already killed it. Like a star collision, the black eagle supreme turned into a black shadow of eagle pung, and the sword unparalleled into a line of golden light collided fiercely. A huge shock wave spread out and directly pushed some small planets around them to thousands of feet. The next moment, I saw a line of golden light transformed by the sword unparalleled, passing by the black eagle supreme, and stopped until it was hundreds of square feet. Jing Guang dissipated and turned into a breathless sword unparalleled. Qi Jian Wushuang was trembling all over, holding the right hand of Wu weapon sword handle. It was tingling for a while. He turned around and slowly looked towards the Black Hawk Supreme. I saw the Black Hawk Supreme standing in the void with no change in appearance. Suddenly, the metamorphosis protrudes. The next moment, Breaking dawn, Jenny burst out. Countless blood shot out from the black eagles. 988,300,000 pores. In the sky, as if there was a blood rain, the avenues all wailed. At this moment, the black eagle extreme was miserable to the extreme. He wore his hair, and a black suit hung on his body like a rag strip. Blood was overflowing from his nasal eyes at the same time. Sword unparalleled. The black eagle yelled loudly, and then turned his head sharply to look at Jian Wushuang. His heart was frightened and angry. The sword just now is really thrilling. If the power of the sword Wushuang is half a point stronger, or if it is motivated by the supreme divine power, I am afraid that today he really capsized in the gutter and planted it in the hands of the sword. Where did this supernatural power come from? The thoughts of the black eagle supreme mind flashed. First of all, the kingdom of the night, there is already a taste of the kingdom of God in it. But it is the highest level of the universe that he has never realized. Immediately after this is the dawning sword, which is the ultimate sublimation on the kendo, an invincible sword move that combines thousands of kendos in one. This class of supernatural powers is enough to stir the entire universe. It is by no means the ultimate master can create it. Even he is not even qualified to touch this type of supernatural powers. Where did he get it from? The black eagle supremely changed his mind and looked at Jian Wushuang at the same time. His heart was filled with deep fear. This subregion finally dominates the realm, and now you can shake the supreme. If you wait until he becomes the supreme, then who in the universe can rule him? No, you must strangle him in the cradle while this child is not yet fully grown. Thinking of this, Black Hawk's supreme heart no longer half-minded playfulness, Morihan murderous in his eyes. Jian Wushuang, it seems that this seat really takes you seriously. After speaking, the Black Hawk Supreme held the destroyer spear and struck towards the sword unparalleled. A splendid mighty power, spreading wildly. At this moment, Black Hawk Supreme has no reservations anymore. www. Until novel. The breath of that Supreme is like a rushing wave, and it is squeezing in all directions. Under this breath of supremacy, all the nations want to surrender, and they feel shocked for 9 days and 10 places. With the Black Hawk supremacy as the center, the thousands of places around it are transformed into a sea of anger and trembling. Sure enough, can't even break dawn with a sword. The sword flickered in Wu Jian's eyes, and he sighed slightly. He immediately made a decision in his heart. If you don't want to die today, I'm afraid you have to use your best killer. It's just that this is not the place to cast the Taro Excalibur. You have to find a place without people. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang said indifferently to the Black Eagle Supreme, "Black Eagle, don't you want to kill me? Come on." After finishing speaking, Jian Wushuang's body twisted, and all the divine power burst into speed as soon as he stepped on his foot, and he shot towards the distance. He remembered that, not far from the ancient sky, there was an abandoned, dead star field. The void cracks are everywhere, the time and space are chaotic, and a void storm will be blown at any time, leaving no one at all. Sword unparalleled, you can't escape. The Black Eagle supremely sneered, erupting at the same speed, and chased away towards the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang heard the words, looked back at the Black Hawk Supreme, and sneered in his heart. Go chase, chase, Black Hawk, there is your burial ground. Chapter 4308. I saw 2 streams of light in the universe, passing across the sky like thunder. Jian Wushuang's divine power erupted as much as he could, but he swept 1,000,000 miles under one footstep, and behind him, the Black Hawk's supreme speed was also extremely fast. On his back, a giant hawk phantom ghosted. The wing is just a flapping edge, which is the shuttle through the void. How can this be so fast? The Black Hawk's eyes narrowed and his face was gloomy. In his opinion, although Jian Wushuang is not supreme, both the strength of the divine power and the attack power, including this speed, already have the supreme level of combat power. If it is not the power of the sword Wushuang, it has not yet broken into the supreme divine power, and he's soon after entering the realm of ultimate domination. Today's victory and defeat, I'm afraid it's hard to say. However, fortunately, there is the exterminator spear in his own hand. Because of the talent and supernatural power brought by the special life, all of them will be weakened by the exterminator spear. Thinking of this, the Black Eagle Supreme was slightly relaxed, licking the corner of his mouth, and sneered. Jian Wushuang, after the seat catches up with you, he will draw your soul out and force you to ask how many kendo magical powers, and then wipe out your divine power. As the voice dropped, the Black Eagle Supreme opened his mouth and uttered an eagle cry. On his back, a pair of huge black wings emerged. Under the swaying, the sound barrier was instantly opened, a roaring explosion was heard, and the distance from the sword unparalleled was quickly drawn closer. So fast! Jian Wushuang's pupils shrunk slightly. If they continue at this speed, they will not be caught by the Black Hawk Supreme for a long time. The abandoned star field is at least halfway away from his current position. Dragon blood mystery, divine power burns. Jian Wushuang sighed and began to burn the divine power directly. The extremely fast speed actually surged a lot, turning it into a streamer, sprinting forward. The distance that was originally pulled between them was suddenly pulled away again. Oh, is there any secret technique used? The Black Hawk gave a faint whisper, and his face was not surprised. He has seen too many secret techniques at the price of them. But these secret techniques often have one thing in common. That is, the time they can be used is very short. Sword unparalleled. I have to take a look at this seat. How long can you persist in this mystery? The Black Eagle Supreme flashed in the eyes, and at the same time made a decision in his heart. Once he caught up with the sword unparalleled, he must never say more and be headed directly. Otherwise, with this endless stream of magical powers, who knows what moths will come out later? Sword Wushuang kept moving forward, while the divine power erupted, while constantly taking out the top divine medicine into the mouth, quickly restored the divine power. Under such full burst of divine power, even as a perfect special life, he seemed to be struggling to recover. Of course, the most important factor that caused all this was the blood hole in his chest that was broken by the destroyer's spear. Until now, the blood hole caused to him by the destroying spear has not been restored. A strange burning power, which constantly erodes the body, requires him to spend a lot of divine power to suppress this strange power. Both were extremely fast, and within a few breaths of time they completely disappeared at the intersection of stars and sky. Many ultimate masters who were still watching the war saw this scene and had to regret sighing. I don't know if the sword is unparalleled. Can I escape this supreme killing? Jian Wushuang and Black Eagle Supreme are constantly moving in the starry sky. With the gradual killing of Jian Wushuang, Black Eagle Supreme cannot help but notice that the surrounding galaxies and galaxies are decreasing. Even the rules of the void. It is gradually becoming weak. However, the Black Hawk Supreme didn't care, only when Jian Wushuang was panicking. He can clearly see that his distance from the sword unparalleled is constantly being drawn in. Nearby, Jian Wushuang's black hair flew, and the Black Eagle Supreme could feel that the distance between him and him was getting closer. Jian Wushuang could also feel that his distance from the abandoned star field was also drawing in at a rapid speed. Even far apart, he could already see the vague outline of the abandoned star field. After half a column of incense, Jian Wushuang's footsteps stopped abruptly. Don't run away. The Black Hawk's eyes narrowed, and then he found that he had reached an abandoned star field, and there were scattered fissures everywhere. From time to time, there were space storms blowing, and there were no people in the surrounding area. However, he still didn't care and shook his head. That being the case, then, sword unparalleled, ready to die. After that, thousands of great divine powers rushed into his hands, and he raised the spear of annihilation, and then planned to stab toward the sword unparalleled. Now, he doesn't want to talk to Jian Wushuang anymore. He just wants to kill Jian Wushuang, and then quickly. Suddenly, facing the sword of the Black Eagle Supreme Wu Shou, he spoke faintly. Black Hawk, you are wrong. It is not me, but you who are about to die. I. The Black Hawk chuckled and replied, Jian Wushuang, I really admire you when you say this, and you are all dead. You don't even know it. There's a lot of nonsense here. You do not believe? Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow, slowly turned around, and looked at the Black Eagle Supreme calmly. The Black Eagle shook his head and was unwilling to waste his lips, raised the destroyer spear, and killed the sword unparalleled. Destroy the spear with the power of destroying the world. Kill fiercely towards the sword unparalleled. The turbulent wind blew up the black hair of Jian Wushuang, and he looked at the destroying spear that ruined the sky and shattered the void, and his expression became unhappy. Click! Suddenly, a sandalwood sword box on his back opened a crack. Click and wipe. This crack is getting more and more. Suddenly, sandalwood sword box split. A stalk is wrapped in 9 sealed vines, forming an oblique sword with a scabbard rising. The first Feng shattered. A terrifying atmosphere of terror and chaos emanated gradually. Black Eagle, this sword, I originally intended to leave it to the dragons, but unfortunately I was hit by you. Jian Wushuang sighed softly. The second Feng shattered. The horror of the heavens and earth, and a chaotic, boiling atmosphere soared again. In this breath, www. Until novel. Countless space storms that swept the stars directly collapsed, and the fierce spear that stabbed fiercely with stagnation for a moment, as if worn on an invisible wall. Stuck in the middle of Jian Wushuang and Black Hawk Supreme. Third root. Fourth root. Fifth root. Ninth root. When the 9th Fengshen vine shattered, the huge and terrifying sword pressure had destroyed all the stars in this abandoned star field. Under the pressure of this sword, the Black Eagle Extreme shivered, almost kneeling down, a whole body of dark gold. The sword body is full of mysterious veins, and the position of the sword handle is a scarlet, 7-footed Excalibur, which completely reveals its appearance. Taro Excalibur is finally here. Chapter 4309. This is. The Black Eagle supremely looks at the Taro Excalibur hanging high in the stars, a memory that has long been sealed by hundreds of chaotic ages, and then it comes out. Taro Excalibur. The Black Hawk Supreme was terrified. The kingdom of the night and the dawn, he does not practice kendo, and he still does not recognize it. But this powerful universe has once suppressed the incomparable Taro Supreme saber of heaven and earth. How can he not recognize it? At that time, when he was still in charge of the realm, the Taro swordsman, who was invincible and undefeated, standing on the top of the universe, was holding this Taro sword, which was amazing forever and defeated Tianjiao. Even now, he still remembers that when Taro Supreme held the Taro Excalibur, one person and one sword alone smashed the unique style of the universe. However, isn't the Taro Excalibur already sealed with Taro Supreme? Sword unparalleled. How can you, and you have a tailored sword? The Black Hawk Supreme couldn't care less about the fear in his heart. His eyes flushed, and he roared. Jian Wushuang did not answer, but spit out 2 words gently. Sword comes. Suddenly the thunder rolled. The wind and clouds changed color, and the Taro Excalibur suspended above the starry sky suddenly spun, and flew towards the sword Wushuang in an instant. The next moment, the sword of Tai Luo was held in his hand by the sword unparalleled. A sense of brain-hearted connection surged in Jian Wushuang's mind. This is his innumerable days and nights. With the energy of the sword, the induction. Black Eagle sacrifices my Taro sword today with your supreme blood. The sword held the Taro Excalibur without hands, the black hair flew, and a horror burst to the extreme, enough to make the supreme bow his head with a low eyebrow, surging up. Immediately, a splendid radiance that shined through all ages spread out. Under this radiance, the figure of Jian Wushuang disappeared and replaced by a blue-sword standing on the top of the universe. He was holding a gourd jug in one hand and a tailored Excalibur in one hand, deliberately chic, devouring the sun and the moon, and the royal sword riding the wind for 90,000 miles. He saw me with an eyebrow. Taro Sword Master! The Black Eagle supremely looked at the ghost image of the blue-shirt sword god, but he could not help but soften his knees and almost knelt down. The ghost of this blue-shirt sword is arrogantly the Taro swordsman who has been crowned the supreme sword of all ages before the chaos ages. Cut. In Jian Wushuang's mouth, a sound sounded like the sound of ancient chaos. The next moment, I saw the Taro Excalibur straight down towards the Black Hawk Supreme. No words can be used to describe the horror of this sword. Under this sword, this abandoned star field directly turned into chaos and nothingness. Countless stars exploded into the galaxy and decomposed into the most primitive particle molecules. Million miles of starry sky are frozen. Do not. The Black Hawk is smashing, and a great terror between life and death rises in his heart. Under this crisis of life and death, he can't even feel the slightest resistance thought. Sword unparalleled, you want this seat to die, and this seat will not make you feel better. This seat has conveyed the secret of your possession of the Terra Excalibur to the universe. Taro Sword, you can't keep it. The Temple of Life can't protect you. Sword unparalleled, this seat takes a step first, waiting for you to accompany me. The Black Hawk stared at Jian Wushuang with a venomous expression. Huh! Tai Luo Excalibur, finally depressed. Jian Wushuang infused the sword energy of tens of thousands of years in the Tai Luo divine sword, bursting out. Sword Qi turned sky and sky, dominate the sun and the moon. Tens of millions of swords rushed out at the same time, covering the earth and covering the sun and the moon, just like the doomsday disaster, and the universe was in danger. Under these tens of millions of swords, the Black Eagle's supreme body began to annihilate at a very fast speed. Feng, Jian, 30,000 years, once the sword came out. After 3 breaths, the world became quiet. The Black Eagle Supreme disappeared, and even a trace of black powder was not left, and was directly obliterated into the most primitive nothingness. A generation of Supreme, that's it. The huge and terrifying sword pressure gradually dissipated, and the sword was swaying and almost fell from the air. This sword just drained almost all the divine power from him. Although the Black Hawk Supreme was dead, Jian Wushuang's eyes did not have any pleasure, but he was gloomy to the extreme. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Just before the sword cut the Black Hawk Supreme, he felt very clearly that a wave of divine power was quickly passed from the Black Hawk Supreme. If he was not mistaken, it was a brief message before the Black Hawk's death. For today, you must hurry back to the Temple of Life. Jian Wu's eyes flashed, and his heart made a quick decision. He had to return to the Temple of Life while the universe hadn't responded yet. Only in this way could there be room for crushing. Want to stop? Jian Wushuang threw a large sleeve and took out a space boat from the ring of Qian Kuan. The spacecraft rose in the wind and soon reached tens of thousands of feet, squeezing the void, exuding a dark, cold luster. Speaking of which, the spacecraft was obtained from him after killing the prison dragon, and compared to his previous spacecraft, the rank was much higher. The sword has no twin shape, and the whole person has entered the spacecraft. Bang! Immediately, the spacecraft issued a roar and roared, and instantly disappeared into this abandoned star field, directly breaking through the speed of light, concealing the breath, and rushing towards the Temple of Life. At the same time, in a star field in the middle of the Shrine of Life and the ancient sky, Bloodwave's supreme expression was gloomy, staring at the main owner of Diwu Temple, standing in front of him with a light expression. Although he was angry, he did not dare to act half-heartedly. The The master of Diwu Shrine is the ancient supreme of the same age as Gab Supreme, which is indeed not what he is now. Blood, await here patiently. Diwu Shrine Lord smiled slightly. Counting the time, a little bit of calculation, now Black Hawk Supreme should also slay the sword unparalleled. Call out. Just then, a rumor of Black Hawk Supreme sounded in his mind. Oh, is it resolved? The main eyelid of the main hall of Diwu Shrine was lifted, and the smile on his face became richer. But the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly freezes. Taro Excalibur, he whispered with a look of shock on his face. Huh, Taro Excalibur? Bloodwave Supreme noticed this scene and her pupils shrank. The master of Diwu Temple didn't answer, but after taking a deep breath, he quickly pressed down the uproar in his heart and turned to look at the direction of Shinkong Ancient Road. After a flash of his body, he disappeared in front of the Supreme Master of Blood. That is a sacred sword. He is the supreme treasure of the invincible Supreme. I'm afraid that there is change in Jian Wushuang. Bloodwave Supreme's eyes froze. A flash of thought flashed through his eyes and chased towards the master of Diwu Temple. Chapter 43:10. The master of Diwu Shrine is extremely fast. He has never used a spacecraft, but it is much faster than the spacecraft. It is like a beam of light, and it has just passed away in the universe. Bloodwave Supreme followed closely behind him, and for some reason, the last word of the Torah Excalibur of the main owner of the Diwu Temple made him a little confused. Almost just when Jian Wushuang piloted the spacecraft, it was only an hour before he left, and the master of the Diwu Shrine appeared in the place where he fought with the Black Eagle Supreme. Diwu Shrine's main black feather closed his eyes and felt for a moment. Then his eyes opened sharply, his eyes flickered, and said, "There is aftermath of battle here. This towering swordsmanship should be a very magic sword. Taro sword really is in the hands of Jian Wushuang." Not long after, Bloodwave Supreme arrived too. He felt the remaining aftermath of the battle here, and immediately noticed the breath of active sword power. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang is not dead. Bloodwave Supreme's heart was a little loose. As long as Jian Wushuang did not die, he could accept any other result. And there was a throbbing movement in Bloodwave Supreme's heart. Since Jian Wushuang hasn't died, then the dead must be the Black Hawk Supreme. Sword Extreme. What a feat. Hey you, it seems that my disciple is quite hard-hitting. The Supreme Black Eagle wants to kill my disciple, which is not enough. Bloodwave Supreme looked at the owner of Diwu Shrine and said with a smile. His eyes were full of pride and pride. This is the blood of his blood, the one who brought him back with one hand. The master of Diwu Shrine heard a faint expression, and now he has no concern at all about the life and death of the Black Eagle Supreme. All he thinks about now is the Taro Excalibur. It can be said that the 4 characters of Tai Luo's Excalibur have drawn all his mind. It is a pity that the universe is too vast. Jian Wushuang is now like a fish that has penetrated into the sea, which has made him superb. After a short while, he can't figure out the position of Jian Wushuang. And as far as he knows, the Black Eagle Supreme has always been narrow-minded, and he must report that he died in the hand of Jian Wushuang, and he will try his best to retaliate against Jian Wushuang before dying. The news that Wushuang possesses the Tai Luo Excalibur tells him that he is alone. In fact, the situation was indeed as he expected. Almost at the same time, among the major forces in the entire universe, there were mortal rumors before the Black Hawk Supreme. The birth of the Taro Excalibur, held by the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang relies on the Taro Excalibur. The sword cuts supreme. As soon as the news came out, the whole universe was in a tumult. Thousands of people are trembling, and they are boiling. The Taro Excalibur is a treasure of the universe. At the time, the Taro Excalibur was revered, but with this Taro Excalibur, it was directly ranked among the invincible supremes of the universe. The universe surrendered. Even if it was invincible supreme, more than one died in his hands. So, how can those supremes not be stingy? How not to be jealous? What's more, this sacred sword is still present in the sword without hands. For a while, no matter whether it was the mentality of being suspicious, the major forces have sent strong men out of the customs and went to the universe in search of the killing sword unparalleled. They knew that it was only when Jian Wushuang did not return to the Temple of Life that he had the best Taro sword. Once he had returned to the Temple of Life and wanted to get the Taro sword again, it was difficult. That abandoned star field. The master of Diwu Shrine, with a cloudy expression, looked up and saw the blood wave supreme, and there was a killing in his eyes. He knows that the relationship between Blood Wave Supreme and Jian Wushuang has always been better. Although there is no name for the master and apprentice between them, Jian Wushuang has always respected Blood Wave Supreme and is definitely a decisive figure in Jian Wushuang's heart. He was thinking about whether to capture the Supreme of Blood and then to go to the Temple of Life, and he would have to surrender the Taro Excalibur. Although Blood Wave Supreme is strong, he is not yet his opponent. But when he thought of sitting in the Supreme Palace of Life, he thought of it again. This old guy is much older than him. Although because of that battle, there has been no time left, but if he really hijacked the Blood Wave Supreme, it is hard to guarantee that the old guy will be mad and desperate for it. And at the same time, Blood Wave Supreme also received a message from the Temple of Life. Tai Luo Excalibur fell in the hands of the sword unparalleled. This makes the Blood Wave Supreme, and his face suddenly changes. Don't even think he knows how much a sensation this will cause in the universe. The Terra Excalibur is a cosmic weapon. It can be said that once any Supreme holds the Terra Excalibur, he can jump into the Supreme Divine Realm, except for the few kings standing on the top of the universe, being one. For those Supremes, the temptation is immense. Some Supremes, especially some who are proficient in Kendo, will definitely find the sword unparalleled and win the Taro Excalibur. This sacred sword is invincible. Even if it is his blood, it cannot be protected. Even if Taro Supreme was in the same year when he first got the Taro Excalibur, he was assassinated countlessly. But the Taro Supreme climate at that time was already established, and he heard the adult at the Cosmopolitan event. Tao, the strength is even more advanced, only to kill the universe to surrender. With force to convince people dare not come back to fight the idea of the Taro sword in his hands. But Sword Wushuang, how far is it from Taro Supreme? Thinking of this, Blood Wave Supreme was impatient, and when he stepped down, he disappeared into this abandoned star domain. Today, the only way is to find Jian Wushuang as soon as possible and bring it back to the Temple of Life, the master of Diwu Shrine. Seeing that the Supreme Master of Blood Waves left was not blocked, but the two-finger sacrifice quickly calculated the position of Jian Wushuang. After a while, found it. The master of Diwu Shrine, his eyes flashed, and as soon as he stepped on it, he disappeared in place and swept away in one direction in the universe. In the universe, Jian Wushuang is driving a cosmic boat, hiding in the void and quickly moving towards the Temple of Life. He did not dare to delay or use the cosmic passage because he was not sure whether anyone would be intercepted outside the cosmic passage. He could only drive the cosmic boat, constantly changing routes and being cautious. Be cautious and quickly rush back to the Temple of Life. In fact, as expected by Jian Wushuang, almost every cosmic passage from the starry sky to the Temple of Life has long been waiting there. As long as Jian Wushuang came forward and greeted him, it was a storm of assault. However, Rao is so careful with Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang rushed to halfway to the ancient road of life, he was still stopped. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's life was suspended again. Chapter 43:11. In the vast universe, a cosmic ship shining with darkness and blackness stood quietly. In front of the spacecraft, the four were strong, with different appearances, and they were coming together, standing against their hands and standing in front of the spacecraft. Sword unparalleled, stop the old man is a rare gift for you. As long as you surrender the Tai Luo Excalibur, the old man can spare you a life. A gray-haired old man wearing a Zhou Tian nebula robe. Slightly faint said slightly, "If there is a monk in the Seven Palaces star realm at this time, he will recognize that this old man is the owner of the Seven Palaces realm, the Seven Palace Supreme who has been closed for many years." 27 Palace Supremes had already closed their minds and heart long ago, dozens of times before the Chaos Era. I did not expect that this time the Taro Excalibur was born, even he was drawn out. Yes, the sword is unparalleled. If you surrender the Taro sword, this palace can protect your life without worry. Another old woman with a silver wire coiled up and twisting a crutch with a faucet opened her mouth. This old woman is the owner of Lianxin Island and is also a supreme class. "Give up the Taro Excalibur. I will spare you." Well, recognize the situation quickly and don't make unnecessary resistance. The other two Supremes, one with a gloomy ghostly appearance and the other with a solemn treasure, are the most famous Supremes in the universe. Wu Jianwushuang stood in the cosmic boat, looked at the four people through the black light mirror. His expression was somber. He was already careful and couldn't be more careful. The road to the Temple of Life was constantly winding and twisting, and sometimes even the other way around. However, he did not expect that this was still the case, and he was still stopped. Is it really necessary to hand over the Taro Excalibur? Qi Jian Wushuang glanced down at the tailored Excalibur around his waist, and there was a touch of coldness in his eyes. "I'm afraid that I really handed out the Taro Excalibur, and I still can't escape it. After all, this kind of enemies of treasure hunting is still such a cosmic weapon, and it's still the treasure in the hands of the most demon in the universe. If you have anxiety in your heart, you might as well cut off the roots to prevent future problems. And the reason why they are still hovering with the sword unparalleled, who wants to come is no one wants to be the first bird, offend the Temple of Life, so as not to be accounted for after the fall. But Jian Wushuang believes that this is only temporary. It won't be long before someone will shoot out the threat of the Life Palace and this sacred sword, which is very important. They will naturally choose the latter." Su took a deep breath, and Jian Wushuang stepped down from the cosmic boat step by step, and his mind was already determined. Now he is holding a Taro Excalibur, but he doesn't have all of them. The four Supremes, as long as they dared to take the first shot, Jian Wushuang dared to abandon everything and fight to death with the Taro Excalibur to kill the first shot. "Oh, can you give it up?" Wu Qigong Supreme raised his eyelids and looked at Jian Wushuang and spoke lightly. The other three Supremes are also smiling with skin and flirting, looking at the Tai Luo divine sword, which is obliquely exposed behind the sword's body, and there is an unshakable, greedy glow in his eyes. Taro Excalibur, the cosmic weapon. If anyone can get the Taro Excalibur, whose strength can at least multiply. Sword unparalleled, come. Give Terra Excalibur to this seat. This seat will let you go. I was in front of the Tai Luo divine sword. For giving these supreme ones, I couldn't help but swallow the saliva, and I was a bit sick. How? With a backhand draw, Jian Wushuang pulled out the tailored Excalibur that was lost behind him, but pointed his sword directly at the four Supremes, tilted his head and sneered. "Sorry, Tailor Excalibur, I don't yes. If anyone wants to grab it, try it." Finished, Jian Wushuang's eyes surged in hunting war. Everyone in the world often says that if they do enter the Supreme Divine Realm, they will eventually be ants. The gap between the Supreme and the Master is just like the gods and mortals. Then, today his sword is unparalleled. Jian Wushuang, are you threatening us? Immediately, the Seventh Palace Supreme anger smiled, thinking that they were the grandest of the universe, and now they are threatened by an ultimate master? If you don't believe it, try it. Jian Wushuang looked at him calmly. You. When the Seventh Palace Supreme heard the words angry, he seemed to remember something. After a cold hum, he stopped talking. The dead body of the Black Eagle Supreme is not yet cool, and he really is not sure. now that he is holding the Titan Excalibur sword unparalleled? Will he be beheaded to death under the death? For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a weird stalemate. The four Supremes looked dull, and looked at the Taro Excalibur with no hands in the sword, full of greedy and hot eyes and a deep fear. Finally, it was the dark-skinned man with a sullen smile. 3, if we don't take another shot and wait for others to come, we may not have our chance. The 3 supreme masters of the 7 palaces heard the words, and their faces were all stunned. Yes, the whole universe is now hunting down Jian Wushuang, and no one knows when the Supreme will be there again. Immediately, the owner of the island of Lianqin Island, the old woman with curly hair and husky, said hoarsely, "From the perspective of the palace, I and the 4 of them first joined forces to kill the kid, and then, as for the ownership of the Terra Excalibur, then choose the strongest of the 4 of us." The 4 Supreme Masters looked at each other and quickly made a decision. First cut, swordless. Jian Wushuang looked at this scene. His face was unmoved, but in his heart there was a meaning of death fighting. How about the 4 Supremes? The battle is up. The dark-skinned man in black was the first to sneer, and a 9-headed scimitar exuding a weird breath appeared in his hand. When he stepped on the foot, he was the first to kill the sword. The other 3 Supremes also practiced Taoism. I saw the Supreme 7th Palace tearing his hands, and suddenly there were 7 fist-sized beads. These 7 beads were made by refining 7 planets. Each circle with 1 bead, no less than 1 planet, exploded. Below the 7 it formed a battle, and its power was extremely high. And the old woman, under the footsteps on the sky are countless red lotuses. For Supremes, killing sword unparalleled at the same time. Kill! The cold sword flashed in Wu Jian's eyes, and the whole Bodhi's divine power was poured into the Taro Excalibur. In a short time, a horrible sharp destruction of destruction, centered on Jian Wushuang, skyrocketed. The sword has no hands in the sword, and the eye on the hilt of the sword is opened. Countless bloodshots permeated this breath. It is really a very magic sword. The 4 great masters felt that this towering atmosphere was devastating. All of them were shaking. Their hairs were standing upright. In their eyes, the figure of Jian Wushuang was blurred and replaced by the drunken figure of Drunken World and the sword riding by the wind. "That's Taro Supreme." "Cut!" A cold voice came out. Jian Wushuang holding the Taro Excalibur, chopping fiercely towards the 4 Supremes. A wave of dark golden swords that radiated the everlasting sun burst out along the Tai Luo Excalibur, as if it were a heaven and a catastrophe, and politely ran towards the 4 Supremes. The 24 greatest looked at the sword. Their pupils shrank sharply, and the old woman said in a deep voice, "Everyone, Jian Wushuang has already had the power to slay the Supreme with the Tai Luo divine sword. I must wait for the enemy to be taken seriously and follow in the footsteps of the Black Hawk Supreme." Chapter 43:12. When Jian Wushuang broke through the ultimate dominance, in fact, his strength was already infinitely close to the Supreme. Otherwise, he would not have made the Black Hawk almost dead by relying on the sword of Breaking Dawn. Now he is holding the Taro Excalibur, and he has no fear and has more than 10 times his strength. It can be said that the combat power of the sword Wushuang, holding the Taro Excalibur, and the sword Wushuang, without the Terra Excalibur, is very different. When the sword Wushuang was cut off, the world suddenly shouted, the sky changed color, and the sun and the moon were deprived of all glory. Fortune Zhongxiu Shou, Yin, and Yang cut off. Swordless eyes stared at the 7th Palace Supreme. He could feel that the strongest of these 4 Supremes was the 7th Palace Supreme, and he used the Taro Excalibur. Only 1 sword power, 1 sword after that his whole body will be drained. If he wants to live, he can only ask for this sword to kill the 7th Supreme, deter the other 3 Supremes, and then quickly take the magic medicine to restore his power. Go to death! Jian Wushuang's teeth clattered and roared, and Tai Luo's Excalibur fell fiercely towards the seventh Palace Supreme. This sword first shattered the petals of the red lotus with the pressure of the sword, and then the sharp swordman directly pushed the old lady, the black man, and the treasured majestic man back, and finally moved towards the seventh Palace Supreme beheaded. The 7 fist-sized beads in the hands of the seventh Palace Supreme collided with the Taro Excalibur. A gigantic sword exploded from the Taro Excalibur, turning into Changhong and directing the sky. Under this sword consciousness, the 7 trembled tens of thousands of times instantly, and also quickly released the power of the stars. Crackling. Immediately, a terrifying scene took place. The 7 beads made of stars uttered a wailing sound, and cracks appeared on the bead body. In the end, the cracks became more and finally burst. The first star beads burst. The second, the third, the fourth. 7 star beads, none of them were spared. All were crushed by the Tai Luo Excalibur. 1 sword destroys 7 stars. What? There was a shock on the face of the Supreme Master Chosher Palace. You should know that each of these 7 star beads is based on a planet, and then it is made of endless cold iron. On the rank of the grade, it has reached the limit of the treasure of the laws of the universe, enough to rival the Supreme Soldier. But it is such a powerful 7 star beads that have been destroyed by the sword of Tai Luo Excalibur. The power of the Taro Excalibur is rare. The Chicheong Supreme took a breath, then raised his head to look at the Tai Luo Excalibur, who continued to press on him, his face dignified to the extreme, and he whispered, "Mystery, Fong Tian!" The words of the symbol fell, and beside him, countless galaxies emerged beside him. This galaxy, like a dragon, seemed to have aura, rolled up and intertwined, forming a large net and heading towards Tai Luo Dijian. He is a generation of supreme masters, and he has a lot of mysterious skills in his hands. This heavenly spell is a powerful defense trick that can disintegrate the supreme strike. The sword is unparalleled, with a cold flash in his eyes, cold and cold. Talented, amazing life. Suddenly, time and space seemed to stagnate, and a deterrent realm that overwhelmed the peoples came suddenly. This realm is invisible, but within this realm, the Supreme's action suddenly slows down, and it can't help but have a feeling of bowing to the sword. This is the look and suppression of lower life from higher life. There is no realm at all. The reason why the Black Eagle Supreme is so difficult is that the extermination spear in his hand can greatly restrain the weakening of Jian Wushuang as a special life advantage. But the 7th Palace Supreme does not. The Tai Luo Excalibur fell into the net. But the scene that shocked the 7th Palace Supreme happened. The Fong Tianluo net that was still deadlocked by 1 or 2. With the sword Wushuang's life shock coming, the power was suddenly reduced by a large arc, and finally it was actually split on both sides by Tai Luo's Excalibur, breaking open without hindrance, and finally split on his body. Do not! A squeak came, and the supreme goddess of the 7th Palace faced the sharp edge of the Tai Luo divine sword. He could not be resisted at all, and was beheaded and turned into fly ash. 7 Palace Supreme die. After the Supreme Black Hawk, Jian Wushuang held the Taro Excalibur and cut the Supreme. Suddenly, the 3 people on the island of Lianxin Island, who had rushed towards Jian Wushuang, all stopped abruptly and looked at Jian Wushuang unbelievably. How can this and this be so? The old woman's fingers tremblingly pointed at Jian Wushuang, and her expression on the face was extremely furious. She wanted to use one word to describe Jian Wushuang, but she couldn't think of it. Jian Wushuang forcibly suppressed the severe pain from the body and looked coldly at the remaining 3 Supremes. Originally, he beheaded the Black Eagle Supreme and drained all of his divine power. Even in the past few days, he had not completely recovered. Now he forcibly killed the 7th Palace Supreme, the The body has already been overdrawn and reached the oil exhaust lamp at the end of the dry, strong crossbow. I'm a Taurus sword, don't you want it either? Then come and get it. Qi Jian Wushuang stared coldly at the three supremes, speaking indifferently. When the three of them heard the words, they were all eyes closed, and their eyes were cold and cold. Sword unparalleled, you can't frighten this seat. This seat doesn't believe it. You are an ultimate master who can forcibly trigger the Taro Excalibur several times. Now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stand. The gloomy black man was supreme. Staring at Jian Wushuang tightly, his lips aroused a whisper. You can try it then. Qi Jian Wushuang's cold eyes also shot straight at the supreme black, with half concealment in his eyes. You! Suddenly, the black clothes were extremely angry, and an unknown fire ignited. He has a 90% certainty, and is sure that Jian Wushuang is now in a bluff, but he dare not bet. If the sword is unparalleled, he can urge the Taro sword again, even if there is only one blow. That's not what he can bear, Lingheng. The supreme in black no longer speaks, and his expression is cloudy and uncertain. Jian Wushuang saw this. His heart was slightly relieved and quickly recovered his divine power. If someone is present at this time, you will find a weird scene. The three supreme masters were hesitant to be forced to face a sword, unparalleled sword that ultimately dominates the realm, their eyes full of fear. I was in this deadlocked atmosphere. A faint voice sounded again from the void. Found it. The next moment he saw a majestic middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown and embroidered with flowers, birds, beasts and insects, walking from a distance. When he raised his feet, he was still on the edge of Skyrim, but it was just a small black spot. But when he stepped down, his figure appeared in front of the sword without double sides. Lord of Diwu Temple, come. His expression was indifferent. He didn't even look at the three former supreme masters of the Lotus Island, etc., and stared straight at the Terra Excalibur in the sword without hands. After staring for about 3 minutes, his eyes slightly turned and fell on the sword again, Wushuang. Huh! Suddenly, Jian Wu's body trembled, and a horror surged on his face. This person has only one gaze, and the pressure on him is even more terrifying than that of the four supremes. Who is he? Chapter 40, 3:13. Huh! This vision of the master of Diwu Temple seemed to come through the floods of the universe and fell on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang actually felt that in this sight, the gods were almost collapsed and his heart was cold. Who is this person? How could I be so powerful? Almost instantaneously, Jian Wushuang determined in his heart that even if he was holding the Taro Excalibur, he would be far from his opponent. You are the sword unparalleled. The master of the Diwu Temple shook the sword Wushuang indifferently. This I seemed to see through the sword Wushuang, and his eyes were slightly different. The origin of the fourth layer of Kendo, a perfect level of special life, plus a Taro Excalibur, these talent opportunities, just a little growth, will pose a fatal threat to my Diwu Temple. Just kill him. It is too wasteful. It is better to bring him back, to extract the life level, to refine the soul. He shook his head, and the master of the Diwu Temple said, Swords are unparalleled. Take a trip with this seat. After finishing speaking, the master of Diwu Shrine extended his hand and gently grasped with 5 fingers. In an instant, the void seemed to form an invisible big hand, lifting the sword unparalleled. And the other 3 supreme masters, already long after the master of the Diwu Temple, arrived. They shrank aside, trembling like a chill. He was at the moment when the master of Diwu Shrine lifted his sword and was about to leave. A shocking roar suddenly exploded in the sky. Where is this seat? Who dares to take away sword unparalleled? Huh! A blood-colored lightning burst from a distance. This scarlet lightning was almost at the extreme, and it took almost just a moment to fall in front of Jian Wushuang, and with a big wave of his hand, he directly crushed the big hand of the master of Diwu Temple. For this person, It is truly a blood wave that comes out of nowhere at all costs. Blood wave supreme. Wu Jianshou looked at the back of Wei and who was standing in front of him. He was moved for a while and couldn't help but shout softly. Blood wave supreme heard the words, turned his head and looked at Jian Wushuang. He glanced up and down at Jian Wushuang, feeling that Jian Wushuang's body was exhausted, and his eyes could not help but pour out endless regrets. It's too late to make you suffer. Wu Jianshuang heard the words and forced a smile on him, saying, It's not too late. It's me, it's trouble for you. Sun Xiaobo Supreme also smiled back, stretched out his hands and rubbed the sword of Wu Shuang's hair, like the most kind elders, and spoiled the most beloved younger ones. His eyes were full of appreciation and comfort. What trouble is not trouble? When this seat took you back to the Temple of Life, I promised you that you entered my Temple of Life, and this seat protects you forever. Little one, leave the rest to me. After that, Supreme Bloody took a deep breath, turned abruptly and looked coldly towards the main lord of the Diwu Temple and the three Supremes, Morihan said. This seat is here. If you want to take away the sword, please first step on this seat. A terrifying atmosphere, enough to make chaos boil and shatter the horror, rising from the blood wave supreme body. Under this breath, the three Supremes are simply frightened quails, their legs trembling for a while. Good. The old woman's face changed dramatically. Only the master of Diwu Shrine, undifferentiated, looked at Blood Wave Supreme indifferently and said, Blood Wave, it's up to you and you can't protect Jian Wushuang. Soon Xiaobo Supreme heard a cold hum. His cold warfare was captured in his eyes, and he said, You can't protect yourself. It's not you who cares. The first battle is. Seeing this, the main hall of Diwu Shrine sighed. Blood, this seat wanted to spare you life at the beginning, to stay with you for a few more days. Since you have to kill yourself, let's bury it with Jian Wushuang. After he finished speaking, he tore his hands apart and took out a 3-foot-long destroying spear directly from the void. This extermination spear is similar to the extinction spear in the hand of the Blackhawk Supreme, but it is completely different because this extermination spear is too powerful and too much, and the destruction of the breath is not as good as Tai Luo, the Excalibur, is too weak, and the heart of this extermination spear seems to be beating. Seeing the blood wave supreme, the heart couldn't help it. Blood, come on, let me see if you have improved over the years. The master of the Diwu Temple shook his head and waved his right hand gently. For a while, the exterminating spear stabbed towards the supreme blood wave. This thorn seems to be ordinary and contains no power. It seems that any ultimate master can take it, but the blood of the supreme is dignified to the extreme. Broken. Blood wave, 2-finger seal, drink a cold drink. Suddenly, there were 3 pillars of heavenly blood behind him. This pillar of blood was like a tornado of 3 heavens and earth, and the power was terrifying. The 3 pillars of heavenly blood have not yet exhibited mighty power. Huge coercion has spread and swept away, and the void collapses at the same time. Rewind. The faces of the 3 Lotus Island masters changed greatly, and they were also in the state of supremacy, but under this coercion, they actually felt as small as the ants. He is a sword unparalleled, and under the special care of the supreme blood wave, he doesn't feel any pressure. A shocking sound came. Suddenly, the seemingly stabbing extermination spear collided with the 3 pillars of the blood of the heavens, and the terror power that was difficult to describe in words broke out. As the universe is plunged into a calamity, a mighty power that destroys the world rises, and just howling wind hangs under the collision is enough to tear any ultimate master. There was a medium star field around them, but it was only scratched by the aftermath of these 2 collisions, and the entire star field burst directly. This is exactly the battle between God and God. A huge wave shock spreads out brilliant. Everybody closed their eyes, subconsciously. The same is true for Jian Wushuang. Under the confrontation between the Supreme Master of the Blood and the Lord of the Diwu Temple, He only felt that he was so small, like a mortal ant, looking up at the heaven-going who was standing for 9 days. Even holding the Taro Excalibur is a far-reaching realm. After the shock wave dissipated, it was not until half a moment later that everyone opened their eyes slowly. Qi Jianwushuang hurriedly looked towards the Bloodwave Supreme and saw that the sleeves of Bloodwave Supreme's right hand were all cracked and his face was pale. Bloodwave Supreme! Immediately, Jianwushuang couldn't help it anymore. Roared loudly, his eyes were flushed. This seat, anyway. Soon Shuabo Extreme reached out his hand and posed it quite difficult, signaling that nothing was going on. Blood Wave, it seems that you are a lot stronger than the last war. However, the main owner of Diwu Shrine shrank a little and said, Don't look at him as if it was an understatement blow. In fact, just now the blow was extremely dangerous, hiding his 80% strength as the Invincible Supreme, and the ordinary Top Supreme could not be reached at all. Bloodwave Supreme forcibly suppressed the boiling burning force in the god body, raised his head to look at the main hall of Diwu Shrine, and took a deep breath. Kuroa, talk nonsense no matter what. Today, this seat will accompany you to the end.